Yo, Libby, feel free to send a list of Australian food. If it's orderable here. I see your message. Hello, everybody flooding in. How's everybody doing on this fan-fucking-tastic Friday, everybody? It's a fucking React Day today. Hello. Sorry, I'm slightly out of breath. I was trying to rush here to be on time. I'm actually early as well, so W for that. You can late it. Anyways, yeah, we're doing reacts today. We got a lot of videos we're going to be watching. We got like 8 videos, potentially. I picked a lot of short ones for the day because I feel like we've been doing a lot of long reacts. I was like, I got a lot of back roll of like 8-minute videos we could watch. Anyways, we're doing a react day today. Probably 4.5, 5-hour stream. Tomorrow, I'm going to be live around 1:30. We're going to be doing random games and unbans. We're probably going to do unbans into Water Park Sim, into maybe Polybridge 3 or other random game of chat's choice. And then we'll probably end off on Silk Song. Also, W, the people that fucking stuck around yesterday, I was raging mad hard. My bad for that. But Silk Song is a very aggravating game. So, I got mad. Anyways, yeah, we're going to run a little bit of Water Park Sim tomorrow. But I don't know. I feel like that's, it's definitely going to be a series. You know, I'll probably make it into some sort of YouTube series because it is fun. But I don't know. Like, I doubt we're going to max out in that game. You know, it seems like there's like 40 hours of playtime potentially. And seeing that there's a bunch of other games that are dropping, I don't know how long we're going to be running that. But that's what we're doing tomorrow. Sunday, I'm partnering with 988 to do a suicide prevention / mental health awareness stream. From 3 to 8. We'll probably do 3.5, 4 hours of reacts, and then we have about an hour of a Marvel Rival support challenge. Then I'm gone, the 8th to the 14th. When I'm back, we're going to be grinding out stream. Got a Dorito review, Lego building stream, mystery snack boxes, Trolley U's dropping, Baby Steps is dropping, Dying Light's dropping. There's a bunch of games that are going to be coming out because we're nearing October, and that's when a lot of new games drop. And some other horror games and shit that we got to play. I'm very excited. But I will be vlogging while I'm gone. I'll be posting on YouTube every day that I'm gone as well. Kurt, thank you for the 5. Somebody on TikTok made a funny animation of you. You should look at it. I'm not looking at that right now. I'm sorry. Actually, I do think that's... I'll look at that username. I will. I think it's literally the video that I'm thinking of. I saw it like right before I went live. Where is it? Yeah, I saw that. I already liked the video. I know what you're talking about. Squid and Famous for the sub, Days for the sub. Girth, thank you for the 5 again. M. Fuller for the sub. 10 Pooth, thank you for the 10. Happy Friday. Always love to see your streams. Here's the 10 for getting me through hard times. Thank you. You Bully a Sharpener for the sub. Sickle Star, M. Fuller, Leviathan, Lay Flow, Banana, M. Fuller, Seo, Hannah, AC for the sub, Jaden for the sub, Rahu, thank you for the 3. How's your day going? I got a high school football game, then after party. That's awesome, man. Hope you have fun. TV and Slow for the sub. Frost Hybrid, Franlin, Welv, Tio, Smee, Cirque, Franlin, Disciple, Vibe, Des, Bacon for the sub. Arwing, thank you for the 3. Gutsu, Red, KBM, Not Silly, Aquatic, Bustin, Mister for the sub. Apple, thank you for the 5. Gifteds, bro, thank you for the sub. Thank you for the 5. Gifteds, Famous, Bradley, Steven, Edith, and Big for the sub chat. Run down to the videos that we have today. Starting out is literally just a trailer for the new Smiling Friends season. One of my favorite shows, W Show. We'll just watch the trailer. Very excited. Then we have we asked 1,000 people to rate their attractiveness from 1 to 10. Most painful construction deaths ever. Why you can't lose weight, bit of a longer video. How a Minecraft scammer stole $16.5 million. What is the word, or what does unrated actually mean? This is in reference to movies or shows. The hell of TikTok comments, and if civilization collapsed, could you rebuild it? Are we going to get through all these videos? I don't know. I just picked a lot because half of them are really short. So I assume so, but I usually end up yapping for a very long period of time. Germ, thank you for the sub. Chloe for the sub. Yes, thank you for the 3. And if you have any videos you want to watch, kids to play videos, such games, such videos, don't watch games I play. Your hair looks nice today. How are you? Thank you. Yes. I feel like my hair looks a little too poofy, almost. I didn't really do it much. Chunkles, thank you for the 3. Have you heard of the game No Man's Sky? Yeah, dude, I've been liking so many TikToks of it recently. It looks so good. I don't know if it'd be a great stream game, but I would check it out for stream. But in all honesty, I've been thinking about just playing it in my own time. Seaburns, thank you for the 3. The final bell rang, flew out the door. School was done. No pencils, no more. Backpack tossed, shoes kicked away. I'd waited for this the whole long day. Straight to my screen, no time delay, because Joe, you make boredom decay. Your rants, your jokes, your fiery flair. Fiery flare. Thank you. Turns homework stress to lightened air. So here I am, happy and free, grateful your videos away from me. From classrooms dull to laughter loud, Joe Bartolozzi, you make me proud. Thank you. Fiery flare. Never heard somebody say that. Heart, thank you for the 5. Freshman to college, started a week ago. I want to say thank you for helping me get through the first 2 weeks. Are you going to do an SMP anytime soon? I almost just leaked it. I might be a part of an SMP with a specific creator soon, but my SMP will not be until mid-November. So, like 2 months. Fat and ZTS for the sub, Mike for the sub. Heart, thank you for the 5. IRAD for the sub. Hey, thank you for the 3. Do you ever do a vlog of you going to a gun range? Yeah. Not thank you for the 3. Hey, Joe, my birthday's on the 8th. I'd really appreciate it if you wish me an early birthday. Happy birthday. Leo's and Germ for the sub. Yes, thank you for the 3. Chuckles for the 3. I already read that. Welps for the sub, Bomb for the 3. Got home at 2 a.m. Sat down to smoke after taking care of my cats for going live right now when I sat down to smoke. What time zone are you in? I'm exit Sens for the sub. Oh, got home at 2. I thought you meant 2 a.m. Boz and Maine for the sub. Disciple for the 3. Watch the old St. Martin story time. Do you recommend St. Martin as a vacation spot? I think it's nice. It's pretty expensive to fly there, though, because it's a small island. Kaz Big for the sub. Apple, thank you for the 5 subs. Tuffy and Ira for the sub. Half for the sub. Chat, lock in for the first trailer. Or the first video, which is a trailer. Smiling Friends Season 3. Have you guys ever watched Smiling Friends? If you haven't, I recommend it. This might ruffle some feathers when I say this, but I think it's effectively the adult version of regular show. Is that a fair thing to say? I gotta blow my nose. Hold up. I think it is. I think regular show's still watchable as an adult. You know, I'm not going to judge you if you're like in your 20s watching regular show. I'll watch an episode of regular show. But I think Smiling Friends is basically like regular show, but for like 30-year-olds. But it's funny as shit.
All right, boys, let's get this puppy back into place. On 3, ready?
All right, let's go.
Okay. One, two, three.
So what's got you down today, sir?
Always Sunny's the live action for me. Bro, side convo, really sad. Danny DeVito looking old in the new Always Sunny season. Love him. I'm going to, you know, when celebrities die, it's very sad, but you don't have like a personal attachment to that person. You know what I mean? When Danny DeVito dies, I think I will actually be distraught. Like, I have watched he's like 80, bro, and he's still acting. And it's just, dude, another sad conversation. Who's the guy that plays in that? Oh my God, Bruce Willis. I didn't even need you guys to tell me what his name was. Do you guys see Bruce Willis? His dementia is so bad. He got put into a home and he can't even remember being an actor. He was an actor for like 50 years. He's only 70 too. And I mean, 70's old. But that's so sad, man. He can't remember being an actor. And he's a famous act. Like, he's in so many fucking big films. You know? Fuck, dude, that sucks.
I can't say anything.
I've said it. I'll say it again. I think the worst way to go is dementia or Alzheimer's. Worst way. Oh, my God. I'm not sitting here and saying, like, oh, every other way is not bad. Like, you know, obviously dying from cancer and heart attack and stroke, all these other things is terrible. But, like, dude, forgetting who you are, he can't even remember his life. You know what I mean?
Have you tried just moving your hands away from your eyes?
All right, sorry for the sad moment.
I can see.
Wait, I need to rewind.
Have you tried just moving your hands away from your eyes?
I can see.
I don't know what that is.
Oh my god, that's a callback to the guy in season 1. Bro, I just love the animation of this fucking show. Everything looks so overly textured. Like, look at that. I would love if some multi-billion-dollar, like, TV show offered Meat Canyon, like, a spot to just mass produce his own shit. And I don't even know if he would take it, because I feel like Meat Canyon does a lot of, Papa Meat does a lot of his own animation and, like, long-form stuff himself. But I love the animation shit where it's just like, that looks creepy. But it's funny. And then also when they combine the styles like that, oh. Oh my god, y'all ever play the knife game? I forgot about that. Is that y'all's time? I'm not trying to sound like Unk, but I know some of y'all are like 15. I feel like you might have not played the knife game. That shit, bro, I remember when that was popular. I never played it with a knife. I played it with a butter knife. And then I would use pencils in school. And you go, nah, nah, I have all my fingers. The knife goes, chop, chop, chop. I remember, like, the fucking song. And you would go in and out. And then you would go all around. Bro, and I remember seeing videos. That was, like, the first time that I ever got introduced to, like, gore from, like, somebody I knew. Was when I saw somebody do the knife challenge and fucking full whiff and just stab the shit out of their finger. And I think it chopped their finger off.
I'm taking what they're giving because I'm working for a living. Hey, get up!
Bloody Knuckles. Yeah, I used to play that with my dad. I used to play slaps. Bro, this shit was like, I think I've told this before. I used to play slaps with my dad. You ever play the game where you're like this? You're the attacker if you're like this, and then there's somebody that has their hands above yours like this, and you're just supposed to slap them, and they have to move their hands away. And there's a rule where if you flinch 3 times, they get to you have to put your hands out, and they get to hit your hands. Bro, I used to play with my dad, and he would make me flinch so bad, and he'd be like, put out your hands. No fucking, I'm telling you, literally like he's playing with like a grown-ass man. I mean, at the time, bro, I was a teenager, but I was probably like 15, and I was so confident, bro, he would just go full power. Bam! And then he'd be like, all right, go again. My hands would be red. And the rule was you could only quit if you're on the bottom. So but that's the problem is like, this is how the start of the gambling addiction. When I was on the bottom, that's abuse. It's not fucking abuse. I'm the one that went through this, okay? I'm going to say, I'm the one that had this experience. I would not say that I had gotten abused. It was a game. I consciously participated in the game. I would ask him to play, and he would, like, it would get to the point where it wasn't fun, but, like, I was going, yes, I'll play this. Anyways. It's painful, but it's not abuse. It's not like he was just punching me. It was like, there's rules to this game, But you were only allowed to quit if you were on the bottom. And so every time I would get on the bottom, after like probably getting my hand slapped like 6 times, I'd be like, no, now's my chance. And he would just go, and I'd full whiff. And bro, that, like, talk about just dread, Like, you've been enduring, like, your hands are, like red, like, beet red. And you're like, nah, I'm locked in. You pull, he whiffs, and then you're like, now it's my turn. And in the back of your head, you're like, I should probably stop playing. Because if I lose again, and the problem is it gets worse and worse. Because, like, if you slap somebody in the hand, it doesn't hurt that bad. But then if you slap them in the same spot 5 times, it hurts a hell of a lot more. It's the same thing with, like, chest chop, which we've watched. Like the pro fights on, and then when it gets all red and like rashy, bro, we would play like 10 rounds, and it would get to the point where like I would finally win, and I'd be on the bottom, and I'm like, if I lose, this is gonna be terrible. Like, I will be in shambles. Apple, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. Recently came back from deployment with the local para commandos in the 4 or 5 months. My girlfriend cheated on me. Fuck that, dude. I'm so sorry to hear that, man. I still think about a daily mid-psychological leave since I've been given the chance to go on another deployment, this time in Ukraine. 9th of September, I leave, and I hope it'll give me some closure about my life and my decisions. Well, man, thank you for your service, number one. Number two, I'm sorry that your girlfriend cheated on you. Fuck that. You're better than that, man. Don't dwell on that and let that bother you. You know what I mean? Like, I know it's hard, and it sucks regardless, but that's fucking terrible, dude. Apple, thank you for the 1,000 biddies, man. I hope you're all right. I'll thank you for the raids. I'll give you for the sub. Arch for the 4. Glad you finally watched Sinners. What was your favorite scene / character of the movie? Scene? The Thing-esque scene where they were all eating the garlic. And then favorite character, Stack. Stack was fucking awesome. No, the other favorite scene? Okay, spoiler alert for Sinners. My other favorite scene of Sinners is when Stack gets bitten and he's dying and his brother's holding him in his arms and he's like, I'm scared, Smoke. And he's crying and I'm like, wow, dude, I felt like that fear. You know what I mean? Like the fear of death there. Oh, it's just such a good scene. I love Michael B. Jordan. I think he's such a good actor. Cameron, thank you for the 4. Me and my dad would play Bloody Knuckles, but I want you to know your thoughts on this. If everybody is living their own version of reality in their head, do you think we would ever truly see the same world? No. I mean, that's the point that, like, regardless of how well anybody knows you, they will never fully understand what your perspective and what your consciousness is like. How you think could be drastically different than how I think, not even in the sense of how you perceive things, like, from your own perspective, but also just, like, how your brain functions could be drastically different than mine. Hi, thank you for the 5. Started high school, there was these girls that were really mean to me, but it makes me feel better watching you and crying eating Hot Pockets. Well, I hope you're okay. I'm sorry that you went through that. Zivvy for the sub. Copus, thank you for the 8. Live leaks, whatever the website was. So many people got in trouble at school. Garrett for the sub. Moses for the 5. Can people eventually remember that they don't remember their life? No. Lost, thank you for the 3. It depends on the person, how bad it is. Got hit by a car yesterday. Hope you're all right, man. Holy fuck. Not, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Vision for the sub. Big, thank you for the 3. Can't see any of the other Discord chats. The announcement rule stickers. Did I get banned? Don't know. You return all for the 3. Your commentary always makes me feel so seen. Thank you, Adder. Thank you for the 3. You're the main person I watch these days. You're funny. Seaburns, thank you for the 5. Sandy Bits, taking English college classes, how to write poems for the first unit, decided to share my gift with the stream. Aiden Bullet for the sub. Moe, thank you for the 3. Move to, oh my God, there's so many donos. Chat, I'm sorry if I'm skimming through these. Just move from West Coast to East Coast. Anything you recommend seeing over here? Not really. You think of the 1,000, but he's supposed to song at the beginning of the stream. All Night Long by Fallon Jennings. Cloud and Brian for the sub. Trunks and Ella for the sub. Satir and Ye for the sub. M-Flower, thank you for the 3. Got off work. Q. Jayo for the sub. Lakes, thank you for the 3. Or for the 5. Speaking of parents, a lot brings to the streamers on the stream. Is there a specific reason you don't? Privacy. Yeah, that's just fucking weird. Wet for the 420 bits. My parents have been separated since I was a kid. 8,000 milligram edible. Hope you're all right, man. That's gonna be rough. Diego Jacket Space Chef for the sub. Neil and Hot, thank you for the raid lock-in.
My property!
What's with all this rubbish around here?
Charlie, what are you doing?
What's the number on your arm? Not talking about my tattoos right now, boss. Distance the sun was from the earth when I was born. Sorry. We need to lock into the videos. We're 45 seconds into a fucking trailer. Also, no shot in hell you ate 1,000 milligram edible. You're going to be tweaking. Side conversation. 1,000 milligrams. 1 gram. You ate 1 gram of THC.
Gleb, this is very important. We can't screw this up.
Ah.
Hello, we're the Smooling Fronds.
Zod said I'm drinking 3 Four Locos tonight. Yeah, it's Four Loco Friday. I don't know the last time I had a Four Loco. Fucking Four Locos suck. Anyways, we're not even really watching this trailer. I'm hyped for fucking Smiling Fred Season 3. That was the whole premise of the start of the fucking, stream, I guess. Thank you for the 3. Used to watch your YouTube for years and finally decided to come here. What's up, Merv? Fisty, Kit, and Jaya for the sub. All right, lock in for the first actual video. Taste, thank you for the 3. Opinions on Micah Bell from Red Dead Redemption 2. Never played the full game. We asked 1,000 people to rate their attractiveness from 1 to 10. What do you think the average person's going to say? Probably like a 7. Not even, I'm not trying to do no 6, 7 joke, but like probably 6.5, 7. I think the average person would rate themselves a 7. Most people, I would assume, would rate themselves lower than the average person would rate them. Or much higher. There's no in between. You know, and I'm not saying there's any objective attractiveness scale, but say somebody is averagely rated a 7, they'll probably rate themselves a 6 or a 10. There's no in between. And I love self-love, right? And I love the idea of being happy with yourself. But whenever I do see videos of people like, rate how attractive you are, scale of 1 to 10, and they're like, 10. Don't you think that's a little cocky? You know? Like, that'd be like outwardly being like, yeah, I'm really fucking smart. Like, rating yourself a 10, like, you're not even gonna, there's no, like, I think a level of self-love is like, I'm a 9, you know? But a 10? A 10? You think there's not, like, I mean, that'd be like, yeah, I'm a fucking genius. Just walking in, yeah, I'm actually pretty fucking smart. I'd say, I think I'm better than the average person. I'd be like, whoa.
How attractive do you...
Depends how they say it. I agree. I agree. If they're like, how attractive are you? And then they go, well, for self-love, a 10. Versus like a cocky way that they say 10.
How attractive do you think you are on a scale from 1 to 10? We have asked 1,000 people this exact.
I would say I'm an 8. I would like, being genuine, I would say I think I'm an 8. I think average is a 7. Joe, you're a 1. Fuck you. I think I'm an 8. I'm not a 10. Chat. Stop. Thank you. Anyways, no, I would say I'm an 8 because I think average is a 7. And everybody always says average is a 5, and I've fucking gotten mad as shit about this before. You're never going to rate somebody a fucking 5 when you say average, okay? I think men... Do you think men or women rate higher or lower? Maybe we'll see in this video. I gotta stop yapping.
Question. But there's a problem. Most people asked on camera will say,
I'm a 10. All of us are 10. 10. Damn!
Really? I would if somebody walked up to me on the street, what are you? I feel like the average person's not gonna say a 10. I feel like women will rate themselves higher than men will. And I think women would rate men lower than men would rate women.
Wait a minute.
So we wanted to find a way to get real honest answers. That's why we created our anonymous survey, asking 1,000 people to rate their appearance as honestly as possible from 1 to 10. To get real results, we also reminded them to keep in mind that a 5 out of 10 is...
No, it's not! No, it's not! Okay, for the premise of this video, fine, a 5 out of 10 is average. But bro, you know how disrespectful that is? To be like, yeah, you're an average looking guy. 5. Hey, how attractive do you think I am? I don't know, maybe a little bit below average. 3.5. I'd be like, bro, you're saying I look like the Hunchback of Notre Dame. You call me a 3.5. 7's average. 6 is below average.
Average score and not bad at all. We then
like, bro, 1 through 3 is you're fucking ugly. Bro, I don't think I've ever, maybe like you're gonna meet like 4 people in your life that you're like, yeah, you're a 2. That's fucked to be like, yeah, you're a 2.
Each person's age and gender, so we could compare the different groups later. And finally, for reference, we also asked each participant to rate this person in the photo from 1 to...
Ooh, what am I rating this guy? 9. I don't like the mustache. 6? Really? Maybe I'm too nice. I'm rating that guy a 9. That guy's attractive. That's an attractive man. Facial symmetry. He's got a good jawline, good hair. He has nice fashion sense. I like his eyes.
10, which will play an important role later.
6? You're rating this guy a 6. What's your 10?
In the video. After collecting data for about 2 months...
God damn, dude, this world's cooked. You think that guy's a 6? I would say maybe you go 7.5. His chin's crooked? I mean, now we're just nitpicking. Now we're being mean.
Video. After collecting data for about 2 months...
My mom?
We finally hit the goal of 1,000 participants. And the results were so much different from all the public street interviews you always see. Out of exactly 589 men and 411 women, the most common answer, as you might have guessed, was 7 out of 10. Nearly 20% of
Interesting. Interesting. The average person rates themselves a 7 because that's what an average is. That's pre-watch. I've been saying this for a year now.
All participants picked this number. For many, it's probably the safe zone. Not arrogant, but above average. On the other hand,
No, it's not above average. If you say you're a 7, you're thinking in your head, I'm an average-looking guy.
98 people
Nobody's going to go, I'm an average-looking guy and rate themselves a 5.
called themselves exactly
Bro, dead ass. Next most popular is a 5. It's because they said 5 was average.
average by rating themselves a 5 out of 10. And then there's
Yo, I'm going to get, like, pissed off, though, if people rate themselves a 1 or a 2. Like, you need better self-love. You know what I mean? Like, a 1 or a 2, bro, that's, like, fucked. I feel like if you rate yourself a 1, you misunderstood the scale. I feel like nobody's a 1 or a 2. Bro. If you rated yourself a 1, you misunderstood that as, like, a 10.
bottom of the scale. 45 people
Are
gave
you kidding me?
themselves the lowest possible score, 1 out of 10. Most of them were men, by the way. More on that later. Now let's look at the opposite side. 71 people gave themselves a
That's not surprising to me. That there's men that would rate themselves a 1. Men in their mid-20s that have mid-late 20s that have never had a girlfriend and just like always been so doubtful of themselves.
perfect 10. That means 7% of the 1000 participants believe they are basically the most attractive of them all. The rest of the scores are spread out in the middle range.
See, like that's yo, bro. I mean, this curve really just fucking proves my point. I think it's very fair to rate yourself like an 8. You see how big the drop-off is? Because once you get into the 9-10 territory, you're basically claiming to be like a model.
Resulting in an average score of 6.3 out of 10. In total, 678 participants gave themselves a 6 or higher. That means nearly 70% of people think they are better looking than average, which is mathematically impossible, but psychologically totally expected. A study from the university
I mean, it's mathematically impossible in a very objective sense, but attractiveness is so subjective. Like, if you yourself had every human put in front of you that was around your age, and you were to rate every single one of them, do you think you would rate do you think more than half or less than half of the population would be above 5? I feel like you would rate more people above a 5 than less. Third, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Thank them if you've got a sub. Thank you for the 10 gifted. 5, Sam, third, and Josh for the sub. Ryan, thank you for the 3. When is the merch being sent out? Don't know. It was a pre-order. Axe for the sub. Alan for the 3. Love your streams. They help me get through the day. Thank you, Pillow, for the sub. Apple, thank you for the 3. You can tell somebody's so smart when they brag about it because I'm 13. I got a 139 at school and a test. Don't think we're better than others. We're just normal people. I explain Geeky for the sub. Broken, thank you for the 3. I have those days where I look in the mirror and I'm hot as fuck. Other days where I'm like, damn, I'm ugly. Alan for the sub. Red, thank you for the 3. I think that's normal. Can you react to a horror video now today? Trey for the sub. Bron, thank you for the 3. Gotta go pick dragon fruit. Sophia and Toad for the sub. Taste, thank you for the 3. I already read that. Third, thank you for the 10 gifteds. Brandon, thank you for the fucking 5 gifteds. Lock in.
University of Southampton, England, actually gave this behavior a name, the self-enhancement effect. It's a tendency to overestimate your own qualities, especially regarding attractiveness. But fear
All right, that guy's not a 10. I'd rate that guy like an 8.
regarding attractiveness. But fury aside, we wanted to test this directly. That's why every participant also had to rate the attractiveness of the reference person we included. As you can see, his ratings were all over the place.
A 5? Nah, I need to see some of these motherfuckers. I'm getting mad. You're rating Big Dog here a 5? You're rating him a 5? You're rating yourself a 9? Did we pull people straight out of a fucking Calvin Klein model book? What are we doing? What do you mean? You're rating this guy a 5? This guy's attractive. He's low-key a 6. Zod, you're crazy. I would accept you saying he's like a 7, but you saying bro, motherfuckers rating him a 4? Nah, that actually pisses me off. And people wonder, and that's why half the world ain't dating anybody. That's why half the world. I mean, talk about, bro, you're rating a very above average looking man, well below average.
All over the place.
I mean, you're giving yourself a dating pool of about 10 people.
18 people gave him a 1 out of 10, while 59 others gave him a 10. On average, he received a 5.8 out of 10. And if you paid attention, you might have noticed something. That's lower than the average self-rating of our participants. In fact, 654 participants out of 1000 rated themselves higher than they rated their reference.
I think that's good. I don't want to sit here and I don't think that people should have rated themselves lower. I think they should have rated him higher. Okay? That's the point I want to make. I think you praising your own attractiveness to a higher scale than average is good. I think that's like a more self-love.
Person. That's 2 out of 3 people who think they are more attractive than him. To put this into perspective, we had the face of our reference person professionally analyzed. We will spare you the full report, but it's linked in the description.
Wait, what? Professionally analyzed this guy's face? What do we have, a looks maxer on TikTok? Some dude selling a fucking Discord program? Yeah, I don't know. He might have to start a mewing program.
Concluded that the sample person rates somewhere between a 6.0 and a 6.1. That means statistically...
You would hate the True Rate Me subreddit? Bro, I feel like if you're going on that, I feel like half the people that gotta be commenting on that are just like shitting on other people.
He should be more attractive than about 70% of participants.
If you want to know how attractive people think you are, don't go on Reddit. That's like you're gonna get shit on. People are gonna be like, yeah, you're fucking ugly. Even if you could be like a 9, people will be like, yeah, you're probably like a 5.
But in reality,
you're not like Margot Robbie.
Our participants thought it was exactly the other way around, proving that the self-enhancement effect was very much present in our
Brady said Reddit would shit on you if you look like Zendaya. Bro, if you could mind wipe people and then just throw up a picture of Zendaya, people would be like, yeah, I don't know, maybe a 4.
Small experiment. But the ratings of the reference person also revealed something else.
I'd be like, are you serious?
That's really important. Looks are incredibly subjective. 18 people rated him a 1 out of 10, while 59 others gave him a 10.
Oh, 1. Oh, 1. Now, I don't like those people, okay? I gotta say that if you're rating him a 1, are you serious? Like, he's the ugliest it gets, is how... the people are saying this guy is the most unattractive you could be. That's absurd. That's excessive. That's more than excessive. That ruins the scale. That means you're going into the negatives, because I could for sure fucking pull a random guy off the street that whoever rated this guy a 1 would be like, ooh, wait, no, never mind. He's like a 6. Like, you're going to instantly bump him up.
18 people rated him a 1 out of 10, while
all the people that ranked him 1 ranked themselves a 10. Oh, 100%. These people are just cocky.
59 others gave him a 10, believing...
I don't know about a 10, but I will say that's very, he's your type.
He's one of the most attractive people out there. You simply can't be everyone's type. And honestly, you're not supposed to be. No matter how you look, there will always be someone out there that sees you as a perfect 10 out of 10. Even if 999 others don't. Okay, what's also really interesting is the differences between female and male participants. We had exactly 589 male participants with an average score of 5.9 out of 10, and 411 female participants averaging a score of 6.9 out of 10. But here...
I said that. I said men rate themselves a whole point lower.
But here's where the results completely surprised us. Out of the male participants, only 28 rated themselves a perfect 10 out of 10. In contrast, 43 female participants also gave themselves a perfect score. In relation, that means just 5...
I think it's because, as well, women are usually approached by men in, obviously, straight relationships. But, like, women are usually in a relationship sought after versus men, right? So men shoot a lot of free throws and airball a lot of them. And then you get very in your head that, like, you're ugly, boring, stupid, annoying, unfunny, right? Like, you get really insecure, comparable to, like, if you're a woman that's generally getting approached, you're never getting declined, right? I'm not saying that of all women. I'm just saying averagely, like, men usually go after women. Men are asking women on dates. Men are doing that. And that changes societally. But I'm saying, like, I think it's more common for a woman to rate themselves higher as well. I also because I think social camaraderie. I think women support women. I think men don't support men, like, attractiveness-wise, right? Like, if you're going out with your female friend as a woman, your girlfriend's gonna be like, you look so hot. You look amazing, right? When I go out with my friend, I'm not gonna be like, damn, Chris, you got that fat ass on you. Let me see that thing. You know, like, I'm not gonna like glaze him that hot. Oh my God, he's in chat. He's just spamming question marks. Anyways, my point stands that it's like, it's more uncommon for a man to then compliment another man. So I think, like, women also boost each other, which is good. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I just think, like, it's not shocking that men rate themselves lower.
5% of men rated themselves at the very top, while over 10% of women did the same, meaning that they were more than twice as likely as men to rate themselves a perfect 10. Additionally, the total average score of the woman was also nearly 1 whole point higher, and we're not alone with this finding. A 2018 study titled "Almost Every Woman Thinks She's Hotter Than Average," yes, that's the actual title, found that 94% of women believe they are more attractive than the average woman. But why? The most common theory explaining this phenomenon is called the social feedback loop. Women usually tend to get way more positive feedback and praise about their looks. This kind of overly positive feedback, combined with the self-enhancement effect, could explain the significant differences in 10 out of 10 ratings we saw in our experiment between male and female participants. But how about the lowest score?
Yeah, like, you're never really, like, bro, if you're a woman in a given day, there's gonna be people that are like dickheads about your attractiveness on social media, but you're also like, dude, even just like Instagram posts. Like, if a woman posts on Instagram, a lot of the comments are from their friends being like, you look so good, right? Oh my God, amazing, slay, right? Whatever it may be. A guy, it's like the comments just have nothing to do with it, you know? But I think that's just how people function socially.
In total, 45 people rated themselves a 1 out of 10, which statistically speaking is also pretty unrealistic. But here's the really interesting part. Of those 45 people, 34 were men and only 11 were women. Even in relation, that means that men are twice as likely to rate themselves at the very bottom. But again, why? It might have a lot to do with body.
Wouldn't that be 3 times as likely, or am I fucking stupid? Men are twice as likely to rate themselves a 1. Wouldn't it be 3 times? That's almost 3 times. It's more than 3 times. It'd be 33 if times 3. Rating yourself a 1 out of 10 is a bit extreme. Dude, that's what I'm saying. I think, like, the lowest you could rate yourself is like a 4. Respectfully. I think if you're rating yourself a 1, 2, or 3, you're crazy.
Are twice as likely to rate themselves at the very bottom. But again, why? It might have a lot to do with body image pressure. The fitness industry, Instagram aesthetics, and the whole high-value male culture constantly push the idea that you need to be tall, shredded, rich, with a perfect face, or you don't measure up.
Well, you could also look back at, like, early... If you go back, like, 80 years or so to, like, early bodybuilder era, not, like, pre-Arnold, right? Like male fitness magazine type stuff. The average guy shown on that magazine had less muscle than me, right? The average person, the average male was just not dad bod, but like everybody looked the same, right? In terms of physique. Now I feel like people range so widely in type, what they want to look like, how big they want to be, how jacked they want to be, how in shape they want to be. So it's just like, now it's so subjective, especially with social media. I think with social media with men as well, and it's the same thing with dating apps. Men view themselves lower because the average man gets like no game on social media or dating apps. I think it's like the top 5 or 10% of men get like 85% of matches on social media apps. Whereas women, it's much more widespread. That goes back to my point of like men going after women, right? Like if you're like a top 10% man, you'll get all the matches. But if you're like, even if you're like a 7 out of 10, people are just going to fucking no. So you're always going like, well, there's always somebody better than me, right? There's always going to be somebody that's better than me. And so you just doubt yourself.
And while women often tend to get more external validation and compliments, men sadly tend to suffer in silence. Which might explain why so many guys in our survey felt like they were at the bottom, even when that's statistically and visually not even close to the truth. Okay, you might remember that we also asked the participants to give us their age, just to see if there are any differences. But we didn't expect the result.
I think the older the person, the higher they'll rate themselves. I think teenagers would rate themselves the lowest because they're the most insecure at that era, right? I think the older you get, the more comfortable you would be within your own looks.
To be so drastically different. We divided the participants into 3 age groups: 15 to 20 years old, 21 to 30 years old, and 31 years and older.
I feel like actually, lowest, highest, most average. Because I think it's like insecurity leading into just high ego self-praise. Leading into like, now you're fully just settled in yourself.
Can you guess which group had the highest average score? The lowest is the score of the youngest age group, being just 5.2 out of 10. In the middle, we have the 21 to 30-year-olds.
Should have stuck with my first guess.
Averaging a 6.1.
Average 5.2.
1 out of 10. And the 31 years and older scored the highest average.
7.3. The average 31-year-old rated themselves as 7.3.
At 7.3 out of 10. As you might have noticed, the older the participants were, the higher they rated themselves. But why is that? Younger generations have grown up in a world where every face is filtered and every body retouched. Everything is just a highlight reel from someone else's life, not reality. And over time,
I don't understand the purpose of people using like Facetune. Because what does it achieve? You know? Like, you're getting likes on social media, but you know you don't look like that. And then it ruins the whole environment of people being able to feel like themselves, because now everybody just edits their own photos to look a specific way. It's different from like a filter or removing like acne. I'm saying like people like dead ass photoshopping their images.
Time that destroys your self-image. The younger you are, the more you tend to compare your looks to others. But as people get older,
I mean, like, bro, like, are you serious? These people are models. Like, they have fully symmetrical faces. Where the fuck did they just go? Like, these people have fully symmetrical faces.
Tend to compare your looks to others. But as people get older, looks usually play a smaller role in how we see ourselves. Confidence starts to come from other things, like caring for people you love. So that concludes the experiment we've been running over the past 3 months. If you appreciate the work and time we put into this, then please leave a like and subscribe. And if you want to understand how others actually perceive your face, check out our website link below.
Do you think... I think the rating would change, too, depending on the individual's personality. I think I've said this before, and I'll agree with other people that'll say this, that I think looks is first and foremost what people notice about you. But after they get to know you, I think it would change. Like, if you would rate somebody a 9, and then they're a douchebag, like, you're probably going to bump them down to, like, a 7, right? Or, like, a 6. Or vice versa. If they're a 6, but they're like the most interesting person you've ever met, now they're an 8, you know. Geek for the sub, DTS for the sub, Maze for the sub, Course for the 3. What do different sub tiers do? They get more channel points. They sometimes get different sub emotes, but I don't have that on my channel. I would say just sub tier 1 if you're going to sub. 313 for the sub, Sir Taco, one and only. Said Pied Gecko for the sub, Potato for the 3. Don't worry, your 10 my evil stepmom is mad again. I'm sorry to hear that. Chillin' Senor for the sub, Big Red. Bo for the sub, Torture for the 5. We'll just say I appreciate you. Look forward to your streams. Keep being awesome. Third, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. What's up, Alex? First stream of yours. I made it to. Brandon, thank you for the 5 gifted. IGM for the sub. Hypno for the sub. That was a fucking good video. Next. Most painful construction deaths ever.
What's your step? Across the United States are large industrial iron foundries that use molten iron to produce things like engine blocks, frames, and structural components for cars and buildings. At the Caterpillar Mapleton Foundry in Illinois, molten iron is melted.
You ever see the videos of, like, lower income countries, like metal factories producing shit, and it'll just be guys wearing flip-flops around molten metal, like grabbing the bars, and some dude's just dousing him in water. I'm like, this is so unsafe. Like, this is, I mean, talk about the worst working conditions. Like, you could actually just die doing this job.
At nearly 2,600 degrees Fahrenheit. A heat hotter than lava and hot enough to obliterate human flesh in an instant. For the workers at this factory, the foundry floor is a place where one wrong step means certain doom. So it's of utmost importance that each...
They really can't get machines to do this shit. They gotta have a motherfucker stand 5 feet away from the huge cauldron.
Crew member moves with caution 100% of the time. On June 2nd, a 39-year-old man would be working his 5th day at his new job. He was tasked with retrieving a sample of molten iron for testing. He spun down a giant metal wheel that caused the molten iron to pour...
I'm gonna say some crazy shit. Whenever you see molten metal, or like specifically molten lava, it looks like it would chew so well. Like, it looks like it would be the gummiest, like, oh my God. Like, when I look at molten lava, I'm never gonna do that, obviously. But you know what I mean? Like, if it wouldn't hurt you, you would try it. You'd be like, let me chew it. Yeah, I know it's not gonna taste like anything.
out of the vat.
Like a slime ball.
Afterwards, he leaned over the boiling hot iron. He got close. Like really, really close. And then liquid molten iron popped and exploded all over his face. I'm kidding. He successfully retrieved his sample of iron and returned back to his manager. Unluckily, however, he'd somehow slip on the stage and partially fall back into the molten vat of iron. He tried to escape, but it was impossible. Half of his body was in, half of it was out.
Would that hurt? I feel like that would burn your nerve endings off instantly.
And before you know it, in an instant, he was consumed by the roaring orange abyss.
No, genuine question. I'm saying, like, at some point, the burns get so bad that you can't feel anything. Where's 1080p? I stream in 1440 because I have a 1440p monitor. Just turn it up to 1440, change whatever settings you need, and you'll be able to watch it in that.
Witnesses described what
There's only a few countries that can't watch in 1440.
happened as beyond comprehension. He passed away instantly, but not all of him was consumed. Part of his body remained on the steel deck for the coroner to retrieve.
Oh my God, like half his body, like he got like fully separated.
Emergency crews rushed in, but it was already way too late. There was no saving him. The foundry quickly shut down, investigations were launched, and then questions arose. How could a man with so little training be placed so close to one of the most dangerous areas of the factory?
Yeah, and no safety gear either. I feel like they should be like walking in like fucking heat repellent hazmat suits.
It was literally his 5th day on the job.
His 9th day on the job, they said, yeah, go to this molten lava.
For his colleagues, it was not the first time they'd seen such horror. Just a year earlier, another worker had passed away at the same plant after a similar fall. And now, yet again, a worker's life had been cut short in the most violent way imaginable. In factories like these, safety isn't just a guideline, it's survival. When
Company fined after worker falls into the pot. How much do you think they get fined? I hate when they always say an undisclosed amount. I'm like, how much are they getting paid? Why is this what you're getting fined? Like what? Like $1 million? $1 million, $100,000, 10 grand? Like, what's the fine there? I feel like it's not 50 mil. If you were working at a fucking metal production plant and you fell into the lava and died, your family's probably getting $1 million. I bet that's about it. And I'm not saying $1 million isn't a lot, but you just fucking fell into a lava pit and died, you know?
molten metal waits beneath your feet, there's no second chance. One misstep and you're gone in an instant.
You want to get money? I'm saying your family.
The cable incident. It was just after noon at the Whitworth sawmill in East Texas. The air was thick with the grind of machines, the smell of fresh...
What the fuck?
Whitworth sawmill in...
Oh my God, I couldn't hear anything. That was
the cable
weird.
incident. It was just after noon at the Whitworth sawmill in East Texas. The air was thick with the grind of machines, the smell of fresh cut pine, and the heat of men working hard to keep the mill alive. But inside, 4 men were locked in a struggle with a jammed wood chip machine. To free it, they turned to the heavy steel cable that wound its way around the gears. They pulled, adjusted, and worked the line, hoping to break the machine loose. And then, in an instant, disaster struck. After working the cable for what felt like forever,
Oh my God, I fully yanked one of them into the fucking wood chipper.
stretched it out to the point that it extended itself like a bow and tightened back on one of the men.
They didn't turn it off?
Upon pulling the cable and stretching it back out again to free the man, it finally snapped. The stored energy released with the speed of a bullet and the force of a guillotine. It whipped across the work area with deadly precision, striking all 5 men at once. The impact was catastrophic. 4 of the 5 were decapitated instantly.
What? 4 of them instantly died from pulling a metal cable out of a wood chipper.
The 5th man got lucky. He was thrown away to the side and the bones in his leg got shattered, but thankfully his life was spared.
Bro, but imagine being that 5th guy watching that. You're like, all right, we got it. And then all 4 of your friends just instantly die.
For the men who witnessed it, the scene was indescribable. One moment, their co-workers were fighting with some stupid jammed machine. The next second, the floor was silent and each of their bodies stood upright in their same positions with a crucial detail missing. The ground
I feel like you would immediately, like, dissociate. Like, that would feel so unreal to be just casually trying to unclog a machine.
was littered with helmets, sawdust, and bodies. When EMTs arrived at the scene, they were obviously only able to save
EMTs?
the man with the injured leg. The sleeve incident.
Yep, that guy's dead.
In a cavernous factory in Russia, cameras were quietly watching a scene that would later horrify the world. On the floor stood a massive horizontal lathe. The machine was giant, and its steel cylinder was rotating with an unstoppable force. It was a machine built to carve through metal itself. A Russian man tasked with running the machine
It's like starting to jump scare me when these random fact channels, bro. We watched one of the Talking Hats before, bro. I said I love the animations he does. Bro, did he see my react?
tasked with running the machinery froze upon seeing it. For a couple
I gotta
of
rewind because that just threw me off guard. What the oh, it was the lathe.
machine built to carve through metal itself. A Russian man tasked with running the machinery froze upon seeing it. For a couple of moments, he would just squint deeply at the machine, closely inspecting it. His posture was casual, and then from casual, it grew curious. Although it's not entirely clear what it was, the man noticed something wrong with the machine, but after inspecting it, he went about his business. And then he came back because his curiosity got the best of him. Something was obviously wrong with the machine, so he went in for another look. It was then that he realized that he had been inspecting the wrong thing all along. His gaze shifted from the machine to the ceiling above it, and he was astonished with what he saw. He was right. There was a bit of a leak dripping down from the ceiling onto the machine. A sigh of relief came from the man.
What, water was just hitting the lathe? Is that bad? What, because the metal's heating up or something?
As he became relieved that he had figured out the issue. As he began leaving to retrieve items to fix the leak, he'd quickly realize another, more concerning issue. His sleeve was stuck. And just like that, in a heartbeat, everything changed.
Oh my god, does he end up getting, like, crushed like a flat Stanley?
The man was yanked into the spinning machine.
No!
His body slammed between the cylinder and the base, whipping around with such force that he looked like a rag doll in the grip of a hurricane. The lathe spun faster and faster. First his shoes would fly off, then pieces of his flesh, then chunks, then his limbs. And before you knew it, he was turned into a mist. The camera captured it all. There was no time for rescue or hope of survival. Moments later, another worker in full protective gear entered from the side. He froze at the sight he saw. Red trails, shredded remains, and a stained room. He lifted his hands
And, like, what happens after that? If you're the work... Like, do they shut down this plant? Like, are they just going to clean it up, open up tomorrow? Like, what do you do? Yeah, I mean, you got to shut the whole company down for, like, at least a week, I feel.
in complete frustration, then dropped them in despair.
I saw this on Reddit. You saw this guy die?
The unfiltered camera footage spread across the internet, shocking millions before being digitally wiped away.
Oh my god, literally.
Safety experts pointed out the obvious in this case. Don't wear loose clothing around machines like these. and always keep a safe distance between them.
Damn, dude, that really pulled his whole body in there.
The roller incident.
I feel like, dude, maybe if he was wearing like a sweater or something, I feel like a regular like long tee, it would just rip.
It was just after noon at a factory in the Saint Laurent borough of Montreal. The facility specialized in recycling.
Wait, what is the name of this one? The roller incident?
It was just after noon at a factory in the Saint Laurent borough of Montreal. The facility specialized in recycling plastic. Massive machines churned endlessly, crushing and shaping materials with unstoppable force. For workers, the rhythm of the rollers was just another part of the day. Clock in, crush and churn, go to sleep, repeat. Except for this day. On August 8th, 2016, at around 12:15 p.m., a 56-year-old employee noticed a piece of plastic jammed in the roller machine. Determined to keep the line and the rhythm of his job moving, he climbed up a ladder and reached in to pull it free. As you could guess, while trying to perform this extremely dangerous task,
His hand fucking gets stuck, or he just falls off the ladder.
the rollers would pinch his finger. He'd scream in pain and try to yank it out, but in a split second, his hand was caught and effectively crushed. Unfortunately, that wouldn't even be the worst part. The rollers dragged him in, pulling his body into the unforgiving gear-crushing machines. First his hand was sucked in, then his arm, then his head, and then his chest. His torso became wedged into the entry space of 12 centimeters before co-workers rushed to stop the machine.
Bro, the only good thing about this is that his upper half got sucked in first. Because he died quicker. Like, if it was his legs, then his torso, like, he would have lived a long time through that.
Chest. His torso became wedged into the entry space of 12 centimeters before co-workers rushed to stop.
How many inches is 12 centimeters? His chest got compressed to 12 centimeters. Was that like 4 inches, 3 inches? That's 3 inches. So like this, his whole body got compressed into like a space this thin.
The machine. But by the time it halted, his body sat deeply jammed in between a space no bigger than a clenched fist. Insanely enough, however, he was actually pulled out of the machine alive.
What?
Despite his body being crushed and broken beyond
He was alive when they pulled his ass out.
repair, emergency responders rushed him to the hospital in critical condition, but there really wasn't much doctors could do.
Oh my god, never mind. Take back everything that I said. Dude, that's terrible. I thought he died instantly once his head got crushed. He fucking lived through that.
The man was literally flattened, so sadly, he succumbed to his injuries shortly after. Behind
I
every
feel like if you're a
phone, car,
responding ambulance or EMT, bro, you just like pump him full of fucking morphine, man. Like if you know he's gonna die.
or laptop you use, there is a person. A person who spends anywhere
Is this an ad?
from 8 to 16 hours a day working tirelessly in a factory full of dangerous equipment to
Oh wait, what?
16 hours a day. A person who spends anywhere from 8 to 16 hours a day working tirelessly in a factory full of dangerous equipment to grant you these luxuries you have.
Dude, one of the craziest things we saw were like, we were watching one video in Bangladesh, and it was like these 7-year-old kids that would get off school and then just like make, it was literally child labor, but they would make like plastic bowls for like 10 cents an hour or some shit, 5 cents an hour, and they would just fucking spam, and it was like hot plastic. It was just all around them. I mean, like, obviously not as dangerous conditions as this, but still crazy.
Life is delicate and quick. It can be here 1 second
It
and
was like 5 cents a day. I don't remember. I know it was so little amount of money that I was like, how are they fucking living?
gone the next. So, no matter how small, always be grateful for the good you have. Don't take any of it for granted. Tell your parents, siblings, and friends you love them. And as usual, have a happy day.
Wow. Yeah, have a happy day after that shit. That was fucking crazy. When I was 16, I got my machinist qualification, which includes lathes. As a part of it, before we could even enter the shop, we had to look at a corner's photos of messed up remains that used to be humans mangled up in the machinery. Wow. I mean, talk about safety training. Yeah, here's this lathe. Before you use it, remember these photos of people that got crushed by them. What does a lathe do? It just shapes metals, right? Like spherical things. And there's usually water pouring on it. Yeah, metal cylinder shit. It could cut wood. Christian for the 3. I work at a factory. At the factory I work at, 1,000-pound metal side door for a conveyor fell on a guy, but he luckily survived. He survived a 1,000-pound metal door falling on him. It fell on his legs. Can he walk? PZ and Lufka for the sub. Flexible Aspire for the sub. Easton, thank you for the 3. Don't read this out loud. How am I supposed to answer your question if you don't want me to read it out loud? Genuine question there. You said, hey, Joe, don't read this out loud. And then you asked me a 3-part question. I can't answer your question without reading it out loud. Crazy Hasten SMD for the subcourse of the 3. Can I send my own videos? The video such stuff if they're actually good? I mean, yeah, but if you're just self-promoing, I'm probably not going to watch them. XF and Lloyd for the sub, Delirium for the 3. And there's no guarantee I watch every video or game that's suggested. You know what I mean? Have you ever thought deeply about how people actually watch you? Also, day 3 of calling you a cutie patootie. Yeah, Roosters for the sub big. Thank you for the 3. Live at college, 16, left school, feeling happy all the time. Generally, if I no joy in living anymore and I never see my friends anymore because they're at school. Have you gotten any advice? You got to put yourself out there, man. Make yourself more social. I understand the problems that you're going through, and I'm sorry that you're unhappy, man. But suicide or whatever you're hinting at is not the answer to your problems. I'm sorry you've been depressed and lonely in general, but you got to give yourself things to feel joyous about. Give yourself things to look forward to. And if you really need help, man, get therapy. DTS Keeker on Hypno for the sub. Mace for the sub. Taste for the 3. My mom's friend used to work at a building site, and the coworker dropped a hammer on one of those long cranes onto his head, and now he's partially deaf, severely handicapped. Holy fuck. Next for the 3. When I was working at Walmart, a teenager got stabbed in the head by somebody, I guess a rival or something at school. Managers evacuated the store. The next day, it opened back up, and I remember all the manager said was focused on signing customers up to the MasterCard. Just showed no remorse whatsoever. Yeah, dude. Just acting like nothing happened. They're like, oh, well, we got to keep the business open. Fuck. Okay. Next video. Some Russian said, bro, what is Fern? What do you mean, what is Fern? Actually, I'm going to go piss real quick before this next video. We're going to watch the Fern video, chat. But not, we're going to watch this video first. Coming out in 30 seconds, I'm going to go piss. Can you get Sandy for an edit? Fuck no. All right, chat, lock in. That's it for the sub. Why you can't lose weight?
Prompt is, your physique is in your control.
Wait, is this just a Jubilee video? Oh no, it's somebody commentating on a Jubilee video.
Our first prompt is, your physique is in your control.
To me, personally, I do feel like I can be at a better place. I'm working on it, and that's my goal.
When I first started working out, I lost 60 pounds, and that included just counting calories. I
60 pounds?
didn't have to work out as hard. I did the treadmill. I went at an incline, and I just walked the whole time, watching a movie and just walked. I just made healthier choices, and I've been mindful about what I put inside my body.
What's going on here? Is this really a Jubilee video? That was like the most reasonable answer ever. I was waiting.
I haven't watched, bro, I stopped watching Jubilee videos because whenever they do those middle ground videos, they're just picking the most insane people. Like, it's just two ends of, like, not an average person you'd ever meet in public. It's just, like, two ends of a spectrum of, like, hey, what do you think about this? And it'll just be, like, some dude that's literally a Nazi on one side. And then the other is just, like, the direct opposition in, not every way, meaning, like, oh, dude, that's actually fucking crazy. It's, like, far the other way.
Waiting for one of the people in the fat group to start screaming about thin privilege or about how she was born to be 500 pounds and that's just her natural healthy weight. Instead we get, yeah, actually you just eat a little bit less, maybe burn some extra calories by walking on the treadmill while watching TV. And I mean, this is weird because Jubilee opened up with this clip here.
If you see me, you consider me obese?
I wouldn't say that you're obese, but it's like medically, you know.
So like for example.
So you're medically obese though?
No,
yes.
I've been medically obese since I was like 12 and I was not obese.
After seeing this,
Well, I think there's a difference between BMI obesity and then actual, like, because your BMI versus body fat obesity are two different things. She's not obese. She would be medically obese. I'm serious. I'm never going to be fat phobic on this channel. I'm always about, you know, being proud of who you are in general and everything like that. There's nothing wrong with being, you know, heavy, overweight, being in your body, right? But she would medically, yeah. But there's a difference between, she's not morbidly obese. Morbid obesity in the United States is like, you're like 400 pounds, right? Like, you're big. But I mean, BMI, the reason BMI body mass index is shit is because it's basically like a sliding scale of like height and weight in regards to like where you're supposed to be around your age. So a lot of younger people that either hit puberty early or are like big in general are declared as obese when in reality their body fat's perfectly fine. Body fat percentage is a much better scale on how out of shape somebody actually is. And you have to have that scale for men and women because women will always naturally have higher body fat than men and still be perfectly fine. Like, women can have a six-pack with like a 3 or 4% higher body fat than men can.
Brain was like,
puberty, not puberty. Sorry, I misspoke.
All right, let's go. I'm in for some grade A delusion. And to be fair, this moment was really dumb because her reasoning for why she's not obese and doesn't have a weight problem is because she's able to go on hikes, basically saying that you're not obese unless you're bedridden, which was a really stupid take. However, Jubilee had to work really hard to find the one dumb thing a person said to start the video off with, because most of this panel was just people having a decent conversation.
Why am I looking at still frame images of trains and like city backdrops?
Though not to say that everyone had 100% reasonable and neutral takes, there was definitely some gaslighting and definitely some coping in this debate. But the most interesting part of this panel was to finally be able to listen to people talk about their issues with losing weight, who aren't some crazy, screaming, radical fat activist, or without someone like Myron Gaines saying dumb stuff like this.
I mean, if I was president, hell, I'd put all of them in a fat concentration camp so they can concentrate on dieting and exercising.
Do you really mean that?
I hate when motherfuckers say some shit like that. I think the United States needs to be healthier in general, but like the people that are like, you have to be like extreme. I feel like half the people that are like, you have to get in shape. You're extremely obese. You're not in shape. I'm like, bro, you lift like 4 days a week for an hour a day. Like, you're not like some fucking Iron Man athlete most of the time, right? Like, what the fuck are we doing?
Or are you just saying that?
Yeah. I'm dead ass. Yeah, if I was president, make me president, I would get rid of the obesity problem like that. I find it interesting that they can lock us up in their homes for almost 2 years saying wear a mask, etc. But then I say, I'm gonna lock these dudes up in a concentration camp where we're gonna get them healthy food.
Yeah, and then you sound crazy. And then you sound crazy because you're using the word concentration camp. That's why it sounds pretty bad, because you're saying you're going to forcibly lock people in a prison where they're made to lose weight.
We're going to get them exercising, and I'm looked at as crazy.
Just when I thought the
yeah. What?
Fresh and Fit takes couldn't get any worse, we have Myron actually tripling down on...
Is Fresh and Fit the podcast, #1 men's podcast in the world? Is Fresh and Fit the one where they have like 40 guests on at once and it's the most unbearable fucking podcast to listen to? Yes. Yeah, where they have a round table of like 9 mics and it's just 8 people talking at once. I'm like, bro, what the fuck? This isn't even a podcast. We're just watching a hangout sesh where people are just screaming over each other. Did that say 11,000 views? Brady's throwing shade at the Fresh and Fit podcast. He's like, did that say #1 male podcast in the world, 11K views?
Putting people he doesn't like in internment camps. The third time he insisted on this was cut for time, but not only has Myron tried to illegally censor critics through the DMCA system, but now he wants to imprison undesirables. Do people still believe his pro-freedom grift? Anyway, moving back to the original video, one of the things...
Also, like, that the idea of trying to get Americans to lose weight is not throwing them into a camp. And if you actually did that, that would, like, I'm not trying to genuinely take this guy fucking seriously because he's crazy. You realize how much of a logistic nightmare that would be? The United States would immediately collapse. If you threw, because 65% of Americans just about are, like, obese or overweight or out of shape, right? Like, morbid obesity, much smaller percentage. But, like, 1 in 2 Americans are, like, fat.
That I've noticed about people having trouble with change is their mindset. This may seem like it doesn't matter, but your mindset about change has a very significant effect on whether you will succeed or not. You need to actually believe you can do it, because when someone doesn't believe they can do something, they won't try, followed by them throwing out every excuse to justify why they won't try. And you can see that during the first prompt that Jubilee gave, which was, your physique is in your control. Do you agree or disagree? There's a stark...
I feel like what you would need to do to make people more in shape is if you were in the government, put regulations on food companies in what they're allowed to serve, in how much they're allowed to give people, because whatever's available to the average consumer is what they're going to buy, you know? So if you wanted to get people healthier, you would need to remove their capacity to get things that are unhealthy in some or in some way, and then also make the healthier foods more accessible, easier to make, easier to do, you know, and you got to start that at a younger age. Even if you don't get the current population to be healthy, you would want their kids to be healthy. And then that would spark an offset of good trends. Because it's, I mean, I'm not trying to be like assuming here, but if your parents are very obese, you're more likely to be obese, right? Because you're eating what your parents are eating. So if you're trying to fix that, if you were able to just divert that for like one generation, it would probably solve the problem.
Difference in the mindset between the people who believe their fate is in their hands.
Very fit parents usually do not have unfit children. But unfit parents tend to have unfit children.
And the ones who don't. Here's a person who doesn't believe that she has a lot of control.
So, while of course there are
my mom was fat, I'm skinny. I'm not saying all the time. I'm just saying it's more common.
Aspects that I think you can control about your...
Because if you're eating, like, a lot of the time, parents will just feed their kids smaller portions of what they eat after they're a baby, obviously.
Physique.
Hold on, I gotta rewind.
So, while of course there are aspects that I think you can control about your physique, I think there are more things that are out of your control. Like, it is so much more expensive to eat healthy than it is to eat like crap.
Well, I mean, that's still in your...
It's so much more expensive to eat healthy than it is to eat like crap. I think that's mildly true, but not to the extreme that people say. They're not wrong. No, they're not. But when people say it's so much more expensive to eat healthy, it's more expensive, but it's more expensive to eat like very high quality greens and shit like that. You could be on a budget and eat mildly healthy, right? There's a difference between going, and that's also like getting less and less valid of an argument, as fast food is almost as expensive as some sit-down restaurants now. In modern times, like 2025, it's a lot harder to say fast food's just cheaper. But a lot of the time, it's actually not. If you're eating like a $5 biggie bag, that's different from like if you're getting like a fucking large cheeseburger meal for fucking $20, right?
Control. You don't have to shop at Whole Foods, and you can also choose to buy...
What's a biggie bag? Ooh, we got a Wendy's casual over here.
Buy food that is a little...
Figure it out, pal.
...bit more expensive, but buy less of it and eat less of it. Surely it can't be that much more expensive if you're eating a massive amount of junk food. Like, it has to even...
Yikes. Not trying to mansplain here or anything, but yeah. $5 biggie bag is what most people would say steal in the fast food biz.
Now, because binge eating costs a lot of money, let's hear more of her argument. But first, let me tell you about this video's sponsor. Video.
If I go to the grocery store and I just want to buy a bunch of frozen meals, that's going to be so much cheaper than me going and buying fresh produce and fresh...
Okay, yeah, fresh produce, fresh food, but like, I think there's still a middle ground, right? Going to, what was she saying? Going to the store and buying TV dinners versus fresh produce, fresh cut, you know, fresh caught fish, all this other shit. There's the middle ground of frozen vegetables, canned vegetables, right? And then also like frozen, already pre-made fish, tilapia, and shit like that. Like there is a middle to that. It's not just really obese, you know, unhealthy food, or not obese, really unhealthy, high calorie dense food and fresh fucking Erewhon goods. Like they have, like a lot of the vegetables I eat are like frozen, pre-frozen, like edamame or peas or mixed vegetables. And that's like fucking, dude, like $2 for like a small bag.
Fruit and everything.
Which is multiple servings.
I disagree. The pre-packaged foods, the frozen ones, way more expensive. I always save money by just going to the grocery store and buying ingredients.
I agree with you on that, but I can go get a frozen meal sometimes for $1.50, $2, where if I want to cook a whole meal, and that could be $10.
Well, you'll get more.
Yeah, but you're going to get, I agree. Yes, it'll be still more expensive when you bring it down. But like, listen, when I meal prep, I'm buying 2 packs of chicken. I'm buying, say, 2 bushels of asparagus. So big bushels of asparagus. And the like little happy potatoes. I don't know if your parents buy these or if you buy these. But these are, talk about easy meal prep. Have you ever seen these fuckers? Best thing in the world. Little Potato Co., not sponsored. You just fucking throw it in the microwave for like 5 minutes. It's like 2 or 3 full servings of potatoes, right? So I'll buy like 2 packs of those, 2 of this, 2 of that, and I'll meal prep it, and it'll be 4 days of meals, right? Not days like 4, like I'm not getting 12 meals out of it, but it'll be like 4 or 5 dinners. And you can even see it says 4 servings per tray. So if you're actually cutting it up, and I eat more than like somebody that's dieting would eat. So I don't know. Like, it's more expensive, but you're also, it's not like I'm buying a pack of chicken to get 1 meal of chicken. I'm buying $10. I'm buying $11 worth of Walmart chicken tenderloins to get 4 days worth of meals for dinner. I'm only paying $11 for 4 days of protein, right? And then, yes, there's vegetables and other shit which are more expensive, but I'm like, you could make your own. It's just time consuming.
Okay, so unfortunately, I'm actually going to agree with Jade, the white dress girl, slightly. I've seen several videos like this one comparing the cost of making different foods at home compared to the cost of the cheapest option at the store. And if you're just going for the cheapest option and don't care about quality or taste, the pre-made food is a lot cheaper than making it yourself. And food prices have been going up so much that this is starting to be true for a lot of meals. But that doesn't mean that it's unaffordable to eat healthy or that there aren't compromises that you can make.
That's what I'm saying. It's the compromises of like, you could get some things fresh, some things pre-packaged.
To fit healthy eating into your budget, buy large bags of rice and beans at Costco. Get everything in bulk. Get your chicken in bulk. Get your vegetables in bulk. Get some glass containers.
And always buy that great value version. That's what I'm doing, right? I don't give a fuck. Oh my God, you got Purdue? No, I think I'll have the great value chicken that's a little slimy. You know, $5 cheaper.
On Amazon, take 1 day out of the week and spend some time meal prepping for that whole week. To be perfectly honest, when you're dieting, I think it's a stupid idea to vary your diet a bunch anyway. That just makes it more likely that you'll undercount calories or wish you had.
Or you could get some of that radioactive shrimp. I actually had to check my fucking shrimp bag the other day because I saw in the news that Walmart had to recall their fucking shrimp because they had like radioactive fucking contamination or something. I was sitting there going, comparing the serial numbers on the recall.
Something more. It's much better to have a couple of set meals that you eat over and over at the same times every day when you're trying to drop weight. So stop the...
Bro, some chatter said, what? As they're eating Walmart shrimp right now, they're like... mid-bite. They're just fucking sitting there going, what?
Excuses. Frozen meals on sale aren't that much cheaper, and anyone can figure out how to eat reasonably healthy with a little strategy. You don't need to buy organic or pasture-raised or whatever. Just wash your produce before you eat it, cook all of your own food, and you'll be...
I don't even be doing that sometimes. I'm not even gonna lie. Some days I'm lazy. I just fucking start eating that shit right out of the fucking case for like fruits.
way healthier than the average American.
There's also privilege when it comes to like having time to cook stuff.
Definitely,
Like if you work a
100%,
full-time job, if you have kids and stuff, a lot of the time it's just easier. You don't have the time and energy. Like I enjoy cooking, but it's a lot of work sometimes, and it's much easier.
I disagree. I think if you gave me a shot clock, I could meal prep 5 meals in 30 minutes. Joe, you're a millionaire. That has nothing to do. We're talking about time right now. I think, you know what I'm going to do? It's multitasking too. I'm going to preheat the oven in the morning. I'm going to go take a shit. Oven's preheated. I'm going to lay out broccoli. I'll lay out 2 bags of broccoli, like 6 days worth of broccoli. Season, spray it with oil, throw it in. 20 minutes. Don't even got to touch it. 425. Then I'm going to preheat the pan. I'm going to cut the chicken in cubes, throw it in. Olive oil, seasonings, mince or mix in the pan, on the pot. Boil water, throw frozen edamame or peas in. Done. 20 minutes.
For me to just like go through the drive-through.
Wait, what kind of junk food are the kids eating if you're complaining about cost and saying that you don't have time to cook? And she definitely is.
Oh, like, they're eating the fucking TV dinner meals.
Lying about how much she likes.
Which are so gross. Like, dude, the ones that you get at grocery stores. When I worked with Factor, a lot of those were pretty good. But those are also getting, like, shipped to your door. Or, like, HelloFresh you have to prepare. But that's not pre-made meals. But if you're doing, like Gordon Ramsay's meatballs that are fucking out of the frozen, they're disgusting.
It's cooking. I can tell she doesn't cook
kid cuisine
that often because there are like a million different quick.
Wait, I still have a fucking Factor code? Remove that. Somebody just, I still have that code active. Oh my God, how do I remove that? Where the hell is it? Mods, are we able to remove that? I can't see it. It's disabled. How are there people using the code? Stop spamming !! Factor. Chat. Unless Factor wants to sponsor me again, in which case.
Quick recipes. This is something that's easy to work out when you aren't making excuses for everything, and you don't need time privilege to make your own food. Mexican food has to be the most efficient when it comes to good tasting food. That doesn't take that long.
Oh my God, yeah. Get a big ass pan, throw in rice and beans.
To make. And it's not expensive either. If I'm meal prepping, especially for weight loss, I can make a week's worth of dinner in about 45 minutes by doing a burrito bowl with ground beef and rice and a little bit of cheese.
Yeah, week's worth would take longer, and I'll agree that if you have kids, it's definitely going to be much more time consuming because you're going to be cooking multiple meals for multiple people. But I mean, there's ways around it, man.
There's a lot of downtime during that recipe once the meat starts cooking.
I think the biggest thing is, regardless of the situation, you can't be knowledgeably going, I'm tired, I'm just going to feed my kids like shit. I don't have time to meal prep, I'm just going to give my kids shit food.
So in those 45 minutes, I can also hard boil a week's worth of eggs. Include the time that it takes to wash dishes.
Like, I get there being money constraints. That's a different thing, especially if you're working long hours. But, like, if you're like, I'm just tired.
Dishes, which I can also partially do while the
like, don't have kids.
Food is cooking. And now I got breakfast and dinner in around an hour while I was listening to a podcast or a book on my phone. There are so many foods that don't take any time. Baked chicken and rice, scrambled eggs, steak if you want to spend the money, and there's also like a million crock pot recipes that take like 5 seconds of prep work, followed by just waiting for several hours. Instead of going through a fast food drive-thru every day, how about you spend the time learning how to make things quickly?
Bro, he's got to stop going through the landscapes, bro. I need to be visually stimulated right now. Just have a still frame image of one of the women.
Which is easy because you have this amazing resource called YouTube where you can learn every efficient way to cook an egg by watching a single video that you can speed up. The reason that you don't have time is because you aren't making time.
I really appreciated you bringing up the food access that you have, the knowledge access, your socioeconomic status. I go to the gym, I sit there, and I'm like, if only everyone had access and the free time to do this. I'm sure so many other people would love to do that, but people are struggling. They need to pay their rent. They can't just allot that time. They need to prioritize. And I think that's ultimately what is really sad.
Holy crap, she's like the white savior for fat people. Yes, you guys have it so hard. So this is the point where I can see that people are...
I get what she's saying, where she's like, yeah, people don't have time for this. But, like, there's potential to do... Outside of literally somebody working 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, there's time to do a 30-minute calisthenics workout, even a home workout, going on a run or a walk, cardio while you're doing other stuff.
Just making excuses because they don't want to do it. In this case, she's making them for other people. But have you ever had this happen when you're talking to someone about a thing they can do and they just give you a million excuses for why they can't do it? The excuses don't matter. What they're really saying is they don't want to do it, or they're not willing to figure out a schedule that works for them.
I think there's instances where, no, people literally just don't have the time. But I think, yeah, if you tell somebody, hey, can you do this? And they give you a million excuses why they can't or don't want to, it's more of an issue of, if you wanted to, you would, right? Which is used a lot in, like, relationships, right? If he really cared, he would. If he really cared, he would do this. If he really cared, he would do that. Doesn't matter if he's busy, he'll make time.
This girl, Bree, brought up exercise. Exercise doesn't take that much time. You don't have to spend an hour and a half at the gym 5 times a week to be fit. What you have to do is be efficient. If you're a beginner at weightlifting, you can do a workout like this one twice a week with 20-pound dumbbells that takes about 20 minutes and get incredible results. Basically no time at all. Do you have back pain, need to increase your range of motion, or practice posture? Well, on screen is a yoga sequence that I've created for you that will help, that is full of a bunch of common poses that can be easily looked up. It takes about 15 to 20 minutes, and it only has to be done about 2 or 3 times a week. But we are literally talking about an hour to an hour and a half a week of exercise.
Yeah, and a lot of the time, like, there are literally people that are going, you know, working 15-hour fucking work days some days. But a lot of the time, the people that are saying, I don't have the time to do this, still spend an hour at night scrolling TikTok or doing this. And it's like, obviously you want to have that level of enjoyment in your life, but it's not, I don't have the time. It's that you don't want to, right? There's a difference between going, I physically can't have time to do this, versus literally watching a movie. Like, there's been times where I will watch YouTube and do, like, an at-home workout at the same time.
Get the vast majority of the benefits of weightlifting and yoga as a beginner.
Mods, can we time out the people that are, like, actively spamming the same paragraph? Yeah, thank you. Mysterious for the sub. Eep, thank you for the fucking 2,000 biddies. Karma, thank you for the 3. Started your weight loss journey yet? No. Dr. Jason for the sub. Leverage, thank you for the 3. W Rex. Banana. Mick, AK, and J Gibbs for the sub. QP, Alita. I love Night. Jason, Trent, and Jackson for the sub. Hey, thank you for the 3. From my experience with losing weight, getting into working out is pretty easy. The hardest part is getting addicted from junk food, especially if you're obese as a child. Atlas for the sub. Good for the 3. Thank you for studying philosophy. How was it for you? Good. Melon, thank you for the 3. Any tips on what I'll be doing for taking philosophy? Depends on the class that you're in. Lad and D-Benz for the sub. Mick and Edward for the sub. Sly for the sub. Flamer for the 3. Zach Dustin, thank you. Uncanny, thank you for the raid. Mysterious for the sub.
Cardio, get a walking treadmill. They aren't too expensive, and they don't.
Yo, thoughts on skipping? I feel like this is going to get very repetitive, and I don't know. I enjoy the video, but I've said what I want to say. How a Minecraft scammer stole $16.5 million. Jason, thank you for the 3. Mysterious for the sub. Also, chats, reacts today. Tomorrow, we're going to be live at 1 EST. We're going to be doing unbans into Water Park Sim, maybe Polybridge 3, other random chat games, and then Silk Song. I know Silk Song's more of a niche game, but I do want to continue playing it, at least for a bit on stream. I do really enjoy the game. And I know there's people that want to watch me see it, even if it's more niche. Sunday is going to be a 988 partner stream, 3 to 8 EST. We're going to be doing reacts for 3.5, 4 hours, and then we're going to be doing a Marvel Rival Support Challenge for about an hour. I'm gone the 8th to the 14th, vlogging while I'm gone. I'm going to be posting every day that I'm gone. When we're back, we have a Dorito review. Lego Building Stream, Mystery Snack Boxes, Dying Light, Trolley U, a bunch of other games that are dropping. We're going to be grinding out stream from there. We'll be live the 15th, which is next Monday. I'm still live today, tomorrow, Sunday, but then I'm gone for a week. Lock in. How a Minecraft scammer stole $16.5 million. Type locked in.
A Twitter employee is getting an unexpected phone call. The caller claims to be from Twitter's internal help desk. He explains there are issues with the company's VPN connection. Apparently, it's been happening a lot lately. The Twitter employee logs in again. He enters his credentials, username, password. Then he just needs to confirm the login on his phone. Done. Everything seems to be working now. The help desk person sounds pleased and wishes him a nice evening.
How the fuck does somebody using a 2FA scam on a Twitter employee have to do with a Minecraft scammer stealing $16.5 million?
Graham hangs up. He cannot believe how easy that was. He doesn't work for the help desk, and definitely not for Twitter. He's 17, drives a white BMW, has a high-end gaming setup, and wears a Rolex covered in gemstones. He's pulled off a few scams before, but this one will be the biggest hack of his life, by far. Graham is about to drag the Twitter team into a nerve-wracking game of cat and mouse. With a small crew, he'll hijack the accounts of some of the most famous people on the planet: Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, Joe Biden, Barack Obama, Kanye West, Mr. Beast. He'll even break into the account of the man who just a few years later will end up buying Twitter.
Bro got into Elon Musk's account.
By the time it's all over, Graham will be sitting on a stash of Bitcoin, and it will all go down in just over 24 hours. This is the wild story of the biggest hack in Twitter's history.
A fake tweet be a major security breach at Twitter.
With ties to a Florida
spawns the most high-profile hack in Twitter history.
When was this?
It's 2016. A 13-year-old kid is sitting in his bedroom.
Never mind. His name was _open. That's probably a rare username, dude. In Minecraft, to have that short of a name. Do you think you're able to sell Minecraft usernames today that are just like one, like if your name was just Brad, do you think the Minecraft username Brad is worth a lot of money? Oh my God, probably worth like 50K. There's probably some dude that would buy that shit. 7 is worth 23K. The username 7. How do you know that?
It's 2016. A 13-year-old kid.
My friend sold Meow for 16K.
It is sitting in his bedroom in Tampa, Florida.
I'm just wondering who would buy that. Like, who's buying the, like, just there being a random username Meow for 16 grand? Like, are these, like, rich, just moguls?
Florida, playing Minecraft. His name is Graham Ivan Clark. He's playing Minecraft in hardcore mode. 1 death and it's game over. On YouTube, Graham goes by the name Open. In his videos, he talks about being homeschooled and how he doesn't have many friends. His parents split up when he was 7. He's raised by his mom along with his sister. Minecraft is his escape, a way to get away from real life. It doesn't take long for Graham to start bending the rules.
This video is about a scammer, a liar, and just someone that is pretty scummy. You guys probably know him already. It's Open.
Graham, aka Open, makes money selling rare Minecraft skins and flash.
Selling rare Minecraft skins? Can't you make any Minecraft skin just yourself? How do you sell a skin in Minecraft?
Usernames. The catch,
He was before, dude, this guy was a Minecraft skin scammer before the Fortnite Save the World scam era. That's nuts.
Never actually delivers them. According to him, by 2017,
oh, capes and shit.
He's pulling $5,000 a month. He's only
$5K a month selling Minecraft skins? Bro, what?
14. But scamming a few Minecraft noobs isn't enough for him. He wants more. In 2018, Graham starts getting interested in crypto and stumbles across a forum called OG Users.
Oh my god, getting into crypto in 2016. Talk about a fucking money move. Holy shit. You probably could have invested in any crypto in 2016 and made fucking money.
OG Users is a shady corner of the internet. It's a forum to discuss and buy rare online usernames. It's crawling with hackers and scammers. They trade stolen or hacked online accounts. For $1,500, you could buy the late XXXTentacion's old Minecraft account or get a clean Twitter handle, like @beers. Graham signs up under the name
$1,000 for @beers. I just always wonder what customer would want that.
Graham $ and gets banned just 4 days later. Again, he took money, but never delivered. But in his few days on the forum, something else grabbed his attention. A new kind of scam. SIM swapping. An AT&T store in the center of Boston.
1 year before the Twitter hack, so it happened around COVID.
Tech investor Greg Bennett has a problem. He's lost
Play Elden Ring? No.
his phone. Luckily, the store rep can help. In cases like this, mobile carriers can transfer your number from the lost SIM card to a new one. All Greg has to do is show some ID, and the process gets started. It takes a little while though, so the man leaves the store while it's being handled. The only thing is that man wasn't Greg Bennett, not even close.
And so it looks like somebody walked into a store and said they were me to an employee who was a collaborator, then swap out give them a phone with a new SIM card, and then
Oh, so the employee was also in on it?
wiped out my SIM card.
Bro, that employee would get sued for so much money. Oh my god. You work at an AT&T and you fucking help somebody do that?
In that process.
This is the real Greg Bennett. He shared his story on the Cybercrime Magazine podcast, and his case is by far not the only one. Most of the time, the scammers don't even have to walk into a store. They just call the mobile provider's customer service line, pretend to be someone else, and talk their way in. The next day, the real Greg Bennett is at home in Seattle, sitting with his son, talking business, when suddenly his phone stops working.
There's no cell signal, no nothing. And I notice also that I'm having trouble. I'm working on trying to get into my email accounts, and I can't get into my email accounts either. So I'm now thinking very bad things.
Yeah, but who the fuck is Greg Bennett? Like, does this guy have ties with Twitter?
Well, Bennett's on the phone with AT&T trying to figure out what's going on.
Bro, throw it in sub only. X2 for the sub, Hate for the sub, Carl for the 5. Watch the philosophy videos 2 days ago, really inspired me. Thank you, Gabe and Joe for the sub. Jason, thank you for the 3. Love the haircut. Mysterious for the sub. Buddy for the sub.
The scammers have already taken over his phone number. Since two-factor authentication is often tied to a phone number, getting access to that number means getting access to all other accounts.
All these folks have to do is use your email address to try to log on to these accounts and then say forgot password. So then the password resets is sent to your text, which is now controlled by another phone that you don't have.
So the fraudsters now have access to his emails, his bank accounts, and his crypto accounts. 164 Bitcoin gets stolen from Bennett's wallet.
Bro, at 164 Bitcoin? That even then that was a shitload.
And they were worth around $856,000.
Oh my god, he had 856K worth of Bitcoin in 2019?
Today, it would be well over $10 million. Authorities were able to recover 100 of the stolen Bitcoin, but 64 are still missing to this day. Maybe there were multiple people involved, but in the end, only one suspect was ever identified.
It was a 17-year-old with an accomplice who was very good on the computer, and they were actually very good, very efficient. I got to give them some credit for how good they were.
Because the suspect was still a minor at the time, he wasn't arrested, but there is evidence pointing to the teenage hacker behind the attack. During the scam, Bennett
He wasn't arrested for doing that?
received an extortion message. It was signed with Scrim, reportedly one of the online aliases used by Graham Evan Clark. According to the New York Times, additional evidence links Graham to the attack.
Damn, dude, from him going to be a Minecraft scammer to ripping fucking $10 million of today's money worth of Bitcoin from some random guy.
For one, afterwards he suddenly started living large. He moved into his own apartment, bought a BMW and a Rolex.
Wouldn't you have to get good at money laundering too? Or am I crazy? Because we watched a video about those scammers that got $200 million worth of Bitcoin. Like, if you were this kid and you're scamming people for money, like, you're 18, bro. You have no income. You know what I mean? Bitcoin's kind of weird. I mean, Bitcoin's kind of weird. It's getting more mainstream and then government regulated now. But I'm saying, dude, even then, you're getting a target on your head. You know what I mean? Like, if you have $5 million and no registered income, even if you have income, if it's like $20K a year, you're working a regular job, you know, part-time at a fucking minimum wage area at Walmart or something, like, you're not going to fucking, dude, the government's going to be like, where are you getting $5 million to buy this fucking Rolex watch, whatever it is that you're, you know, spending your money on?
Before turning 18, Graham wants to pull off his biggest stunt yet.
You say you won Beast games, they would be like, where's the tax form?
Among his targets is none other than the man who would one day become the richest person on the planet.
Oh my God, I actually low-key thought I was going to be Mr. Beast.
Among his targets is none other than the man.
Doesn't that kind of look like, okay, I know that's very low poly. Doesn't that kind of look like it could be Mr. Beast?
Who would one day become the richest person on the
like when it was like kind of blurred a little, like that could be Jimmy.
Become the richest person on the planet. Everything Graham needs for the hack, he taught himself, learning by doing. But you don't just need to take on the richest man. About 24 hours before he gets hacked, the Tesla CEO is busy on Twitter, handling customer support.
Should do this automatically.
Around the same time, Graham is
Bro, I could tell when an ad's about to play, bro. I watched so many fucking YouTube videos. I can tell when, oh, but then there's actually brilliant ad. Fast forward.
Around the same time, Graham is sitting in front of his PC in Tampa. His plan is to sell rare usernames and access to Twitter accounts, just like people do every day on OG users. He figures each account could go for thousands of dollars, but instead of hacking individual users, Graham chooses the easier route. He wants to come at them from the inside. He picks a new nickname for this mission, Kirk, like the captain from Star Trek. Time to get a crew. He messages what appears to be his first collaborator on Discord. His name is ller. Graham claims he works at Twitter and has internal access. We don't know exactly who ller is, but the New York Times spoke with him and confirmed he worked with Graham. Most likely Graham brought him in to help sell the stolen accounts. Over the next few hours, their group will grow to at least 5 people.
So they were gonna hack Twitter to gain access to people's usernames to sell them?
Then phase 1 begins. Graham must have been prepared.
I feel like if you're able to hack Twitter, like the platform, wouldn't you be able to just somehow skim money from that? I feel like there has to be, like, if you're able to just, like, imagine you just got access to just Facebook. I feel like you just have, like, you just be like, I'm gonna fucking sell, like, how would you make money from that?
For this moment for
I don't know. There would have to be a way.
weeks. We know that from court records.
How much money do people get from going into Twitter username market? That's what I'm saying.
He used
apparently a lot. I didn't know that.
LinkedIn to dig up contact info for Twitter employees. That's his entry point. Now he's going to call them. A 17-year-old kid wearing a Rolex.
Hi, this is Eric from the help desk. You're having issues with your VPN connection?
Graham gets a few Twitter employees on the phone. Some get suspicious. A few even report a call to Twitter's fraud monitoring team. But one employee stays on the line and believes he's really talking to someone from the help desk.
Okay, so your VPN's acting up? I'll send you a new link. Hang on. Try this one instead.
Graham sends the employee a fake login page. When the employee types in his credentials, Graham does the exact same thing, but in the real VPN login form. Now all he needs is the two-factor authentication code. Graham triggers the 2FA request. The code gets sent via SMS to the employee, who then enters it into the fake login page. Done. Graham is in. Phase 1 is underway. Through the VPN connection, he's essentially inside the Twitter
It's always just personal manipulation that the hacking does? What do you mean?
employee's computer. The question now, how does he get to the back end? The place where he can reset.
Yeah, like he hacked into that, but he scammed that guy. Like, that guy fell for his bit.
Access to individual Twitter accounts.
Not blackmail. Blackmail's different than what happened here.
Graham starts poking around, but it turns out this particular employee doesn't have the right permissions. From here, Graham can't access account credentials. So Graham digs deeper into Twitter's internal network. He's trying to understand the system, reading through countless internal messages. There has to be something useful here. Then, jackpot. He finds the login details for someone in Twitter's legal department. That's his way in. The legal department has deep access, and now so does Graham. With just a few clicks, he can now take over any Twitter account he wants. It's simple. Change the registered email to his own, or to the
You think he could just, like, delete Twitter? What level of access? Nah, probably not. You'd need to have, like, you'd have to have, like, Elon Musk's personal. Is there any, do you think, like, Elon Musk has the potential to hit a button that just says delete? No. There's probably, I don't even know if that would exist. Just because that seems like, why would they ever have that? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe like a small app, not like Twitter.
Buyers. Set a new password.
I think he could probably scrub the app from all of its, like, potential to be used.
Done. Now Graham needs buyers. Phase 2 begins. But there's a problem. Graham's reputation on OG users, the perfect marketplace for rare handles, is trash. No one's going to buy anything from him. So he needs middlemen, dealers. Lola's been on...
Bro, this is becoming like a drug business almost. Why is his reputation ass? Because he would sell people usernames and then not give it to them?
...board since yesterday. Today, Che-Wan joins the crew. Che-Wan is 19 years old and lives on the south coast of England. His real name is Mason Shepard. Not long after...
That kid is not 19.
Not long after...
That kid is not 19. What?
Today, Che-Wan joins the crew. Che-Wan is 19 years old and lives on the south coast of England. His real name is Mason Shepard. Not long after, Rolex signs on. He's 22
old photo.
From Orlando, Florida. His real name is Nima Fazeli.
They all have, like, crazy OG usernames, too. Bro just has the @Rolex.
Probably doesn't tell either of them the full story. He claims, just like he told Lowell, that he works for Twitter, maybe to gain their trust. Because unlike Graham, both Che-Wan and Rolex have solid reputations on OG users. On Wednesday morning, Che-Wan posts this on OG users. From $2,500 to $3,000, you can buy any Twitter account. Che-Wan even name drops some past customers, supposedly people who've already bought from him successfully. Payment is Bitcoin only, and no small talk. Buyers are told not to start the chat with "Hey," just drop the handle they want and make an offer. Serious offers are discussed with Graham over Discord.
How much do you think the most expensive Twitter handle was sold for? Or just username in general? I bet, like, the username 1, just like the number 1, it's probably worth a lot. If you're able to even have that username. Couple mil.
1359, Che-Wan.
5K for @XX, 3K at dark. Let me know. Guy wants them. Also, is @vampire doable?
5K for all three.
Why do they want the... I don't understand why they want these usernames. This is what... Why is he in the market for the username XX, dark, and vampire? For scamming. But I'm saying, what do you mean for scamming? Like, he's going to go flip those usernames to somebody else? Because they're rare. I understand they're rare usernames, but what is the purpose? Why does he want 3 usernames?
Wants them. Also, is @vampire doable?
5K for all three.
Later that day,
$5 grand for 3 usernames?
a potential buyer seems to become part of the crew. Joe. His real name is Joseph O'Connor. He's British too, and 21 at the time. He knows his way around SIM swapping, and is rumored to have been involved in an earlier hack of Twitter CEO Jack Dorsey.
Look at all the bots on Twitter. People are much more likely to see and interact with an account with a username like that. You think so? So you're saying, like, these people can then be like crypto scammers or something? Like, if your username is just like @vampire, you think you'll get more clicks? No fucking way. You think you would just get more? You would get more engagement for just having a crazy OG username?
His exact role isn't clear, but Joe does post a tweet.
Looks more official. That's true. If you search the word vampire, then you're at the top of the results on accounts. But who's ever searching the word vampire, Brady? I think that's what I'm saying. Like the OG username, like John or even like Dark, maybe I would get. But like, when are you just every day you're just searching the word vampire?
That shows that he's on the inside.
There's 7 billion people in the world. People search a lot of weird shit. Yeah. Hold up, I gotta sneeze. But then are you gonna make vampire related content? Like, are you gonna become a content creator around Twilight? Thank you, Chad. I appreciate it.
It's Twitter's admin tools. Twitter takes it down shortly after it's posted. Behind the
you're just a Rule 34 account for vampires.
scenes, the platform has already started investigating. Since early that morning, they've been looking into strange calls from people claiming to be help desk staff. By now, suspicious login attempts are piling up. It's becoming clear this wasn't just a prank call. Someone is deep inside the system. For Graham, the clock is ticking. It's only a matter of time before Twitter catches on and shuts him out. So he comes up with an idea, a way to squeeze even more money out of the hack. Enter Phase 3.
We've partnered, what does that say? We've partnered with Crypto for Health and are giving back 5,000 Bitcoin to the community. What, and then they get people to pay into this or something for a chance to win? Like a lottery?
And out of the hack. Enter Phase 3. Graham sets his sights on the crypto community. By mid-2020, the economy is in freefall because of the COVID pandemic. Stock markets are down, and so is crypto.
Cryptocurrency's plunging right.
So Graham launches a website, cryptoforhealth.com, to help people.
Bro, this literally sounds like, oh my God, what is that shit called that people get into? I knew a guy that got into it where he would flip. He would say, if you send me $100, I'll send you 150 back. No, not a pyramid scheme. FTX traders. Yeah. Bro, that's like, do people still do that? Do people still do FTX trading? Where they're like, yeah, if you give me $1,000, I'll give you $2,000 in a day. I fell for that shit. How much did you give them? This is literally just an FTX scam. If you send me 0.1 to 0.019 Bitcoin, you'll be airdrop 0.2 to 0.38 back. It's just double. If you give me 20, I'll give you 40.
Cryptoforhealth.com. To help people in these hard times, he makes an irresistible promise. Send Bitcoin to his wallet, and Crypto for Health will send back double, just like that.
Bro, you remember how we were watching that one video about, like, if you could time travel, what would you do? Go back to, like, the 1990s and just do modern-day scams to people then. Oh, my God. The money you would make. People were falling for the Nigerian prince inheritance emails in that era. Like, imagine now you hit him with, like, an FTX trade. Like, you're like, yo, if you give me $100, I'll be able to flip it. Like, just like a Ponzi scheme, but you never actually pay out anyone. That's unethical? Well, no shit. I'm saying you would just make a lot of money.
New plan is simple. Convince people to send him money voluntarily. Now he just has to promote the platform. And he has the best tool to...
A corn site with fake virus pop-ups? Where it's what? Like the FBI. The FBI is watching... Oh, no!
do so.
Oh, no!
Graham gains access to the accounts of several crypto influencers and platforms. The first tweet goes out from the account Angelo BTC. Then come at least 10 more, all from well-known names in the crypto space. For the next 2 hours, he tweets almost non-stop from major crypto companies' accounts. Binance, Gemini, Coinbase...
Oh, no. That makes it so believable. I thought he was going to be tweeting it from some just, like, famous, like, Zac Efron's username. Bro, Coinbase tweeting out, we're giving away 5,000 Bitcoin? That just sounds so real.
Ripple, and more.
No, it's not FTX trading. Is FTX the crypto company? No, bro, you're talking about Sam Bankman-Fried. What am I thinking of? What is a scam stock trader called? And they have meetings? Chat, no, listen. Forex, that's what it is. Not FTX. Forex traders. Those motherfuckers. Dude, I had a friend that got into Forex trading, and he was like, yeah, I'm going to make so much money, man. And it's like, dude, that's Forex trading's like, you know, one guy out of a million makes fucking money.
More.
Not FTX. Bro, right when I was thinking, I was reading the Coinbase, and I was like, wait, FTX is what Sam Bankman-Fried had.
Then at 4:15 p.m., he takes it to the next level. Graham stops using the Crypto for Health link. Now he tweets his Bitcoin address directly. He wants more reach, so he leaves the crypto space behind and targets one of the biggest influencers on Twitter. At exactly 4:17 p.m., Musk's account tweets that he wants to give back to his 37 million.
I'm feeling generous because of COVID-19. I'll double any Bitcoin payment sent to my Bitcoin address for the next hour. Good luck and stay safe out there. How much do you think people actually fucking sent that, though? Bro, like, you think there were people that were like, yeah, I'm just dropping 10 bands on that.
Followers in the spirit of COVID relief. But Graham doesn't stop there. Next up, Bill Gates, with over 50 million followers. Then Kanye West, 30 million. Jeff Bezos, Mr. Beast, Barack Obama, Joe Biden. Even corporations like Apple and Uber.
Mr. Beast! I'd fall for that one.
West, 30 million. Jeff Bezos, Mr. Beast, Barack
Obama. Mr. Beast would have gotten me there if I'd saw that.
Obama, Joe Biden. Even corporations.
That sounds like something Jimmy would do. If you give me $5, I'll give you $10 back. I'd be like, well, what if I give you 1,000? Then I'll give you 2,000. Really?
Corporations like Apple and Uber. In total, Graham breaches over 130 Twitter accounts, blasting his crypto scam from 45 of them. Millions see the messages. So do the Twitter employees.
Security incident impacting accounts on Twitter. We are investigating and taking steps to fix it. We will update everyone shortly.
Graham tweets, Twitter deletes, and with every passing minute, Graham's Bitcoin wallet grows fatter. Most people see through the scam, but many others fall for it.
I feel like the average, the average person's probably sending like $20, $30. But you know, you get 1 million people to do that.
To stretch the reach even further, Graham reposts from the same accounts multiple times. The last tweet goes out from Kim Kardashian's account. Meanwhile, the others in his crew are still selling usernames for a few $1,000s each.
I put 1K minimum. Let's say that's for non-OG. 2.5K minimum for OG.
1K min for all is fine.
He said he'll do those for 20.
Sounds good. You can trust me by now. I need email for all.
22K including criminal?
Yo, do you think those people gotta keep the usernames? Side conversation. If I'm a motherfucker that just bought a $2,000 username from Shaywan, and then they were like, actually, no, he scammed that username, I'd be mad as fuck. I'd be like, I just spent $2,000 on that fucking username.
Okay, send me full list of emails and the 22K to my Addy.
But these will be the last sales they make. Twitter is finally about to shut the whole thing down.
Ooh, the username criminal? That's big. See, I get why that one's like 30K.
On Wednesday evening,
oh my god, the guy that fucking took the VPN call probably getting scolded.
No one at Twitter is
You think he got fired?
Thinking about going home. Someone is inside their system, reading Slack messages, accessing sensitive credentials, and flooding the platform with scam tweets.
Bro got canned for sure.
Things are spiraling out of control, so Twitter pulls the plug.
They publicly executed him that day.
You may be unable to tweet or reset your password while we review and address this incident.
The platform limits core functionality across the board. Many verified accounts can't post. They can't change passwords. Every account that had changed his password in the last 30 days is locked out as well. Twitter is trying to cut the attackers off completely. And it works. Graham can no longer change passwords, sell usernames, or push his crypto scam. Internally, Twitter starts killing all active VPN sessions, one by one. Every employee is forced offline, including Graham. The hack is over, and slowly a full picture of the fallout begins to emerge. In the scramble, Twitter didn't just silence celebrities. They also locked out news outlets and even the National Weather Service, which missed posting a tornado warning. By late that night, many accounts started working again, but some will stay offline for longer. Elon won't post for 3 days, highly unusual. On the other side of the world in England, Chaywan wakes up.
So what's been
Twitter's response?
All verified accounts, locked in essentially.
Details on how this
It's likely the first time he realizes the full scale of what just happened. The others probably feel the same, except for Lowell, who had already started getting suspicious of Graham earlier in the day. Later that night, Che-Wan sends him a disappointed DM.
I'm not sad, more just annoyed. I mean, he only made 20 Bitcoin.
Graham reportedly walked away with up to $180,000. Authorities alerted major crypto platforms. They blocked the wallets tied to Graham, preventing an estimated
Bitstamp blocked one transfer valued at $250. I've never even heard of Bitstamp before. And Bitstamp's playing its part in protecting the people's wallets. One fucking transfer.
did $1.5 million in additional planned transactions. Tracking the attackers down doesn't take long. Che-Wan and Rolex are traced via OG users, linked emails on their crypto accounts, and matching IP addresses. We don't know exactly how they got Graham. His case was sealed due to him being a minor at the time. But just 2 weeks after the hack, authorities make their move.
Today I am making a charging announcement on the Twitter hack.
That looks like an AI video. Is this not AI?
Today I am making a charging announcement on the Twitter hack. The first defendant is Mason Shepard, also known as Che-Wan, age 19, of Bognor Regis in the United Kingdom. The second defendant is Nima Fazeli.
Is this a real video?
Also known as Rolex, age 22, of Orlando, Florida. The third defendant is a juvenile who we will not further identify.
Because of COVID, Graham's hearing takes place over Zoom, and it quickly descends into chaos. Zoom bombers.
I mean, bro, why are there fucking 30 people in this Zoom call?
Descends into chaos. Zoom bombers hijack the call, blasting rap music and explicit content.
Oh my god, they start playing porn on the fucking on his hearing. Imagine you're the kid, you're like, dude, I'm cooked. They start Zoom bombing him.
In spring 2021, Graham was sentenced to 3 years in a juvenile detention facility.
3 years?
He cooperated with authorities, avoiding an adult conviction. His 229 days in pretrial detention count towards his sentence. As of February 2023, he's out on 3 years of probation. What happened to Nima Fazeli, Rolex?
I always feel like those guys will end up getting good jobs, though. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe that's just like my insanity, but I always feel like if you get like caught with some crazy shit like that, like some company will be like, we'll hire you to like protect us. Because if you're good at getting in, I would assume you would be good at keeping people out, right?
Isn't entirely clear. Some reports say
I don't know.
He served 3 years in prison. Others point to ongoing negotiations or a possible plea deal. Mason still.
No way, bro just typed his clan fucking code in chat and put in parentheses, we love Latinas. Brother, are you recruiting people for your Clash clan like it's a dating site? I am banning you.
Still lives in the UK. According to the BBC, he was never arrested or extradited to the US. If he's ever brought to trial in the States, he faces up to 20 years in prison. Joe was arrested a year after the Twitter hack in Spain. He was sentenced to 5 years, not for the Twitter hack, but for earlier crimes. According to him, his only involvement in this case was buying a handle for $10,000. Lowell was never caught. Graham was the
Lol, definitely the one that got that 30 Bitcoin just sitting in a wallet.
Mastermind behind the hack, but he wasn't a brilliant hacker. The foundation of the attack was simple social engineering. He manipulated the employee and used basic phishing tactics. With surprisingly little skill, he managed to collect money from thousands of unsuspecting people. Had authorities...
I don't know about little skill. I mean, like, he didn't, like, brute force it, but that's still crazy that he got in.
He's not acted so quickly, he could have stolen much more.
Brady said, I'm telling you, most hacks are just social engineering.
His posts reached millions. Without fully realizing it, Graham held something incredibly powerful in his hands.
With little skill, bro got $16 million.
Massive.
You think he got some of that money somewhere? Bro, he's got to have had. I feel like he's smart enough to have that shit in a wallet buried in the depths somewhere. He's got like a cool 3 mil just waiting.
Reach on a platform that plays a major role in shaping public discourse.
I don't know. I never know where they keep that shit. The fact that nobody calls Twitter X is still funny to me. I don't think it'll ever be called X. Like, genuinely ever. The only people that would call it X would be new gens. Like, not new gen meaning like you're like a young Gen Z or an old Gen Alpha. I'm talking like people that are infants right now. When they end up downloading Twitter in 15 years, then they'll be like, this platform X, because that's what they'll know it as. But everybody else will still call it Twitter. Snipe, thank you for the sub. Ricardo, thank you for the 1,000 buddies. Do you ever get aggravated when chatter baits you into being mad? Sometimes. Scully for the sub, Ricardo, and the real for the sub, or for the sub. Anonymous and love for the sub. Someone, thank you for the fucking 2,500 biddies. Been watching since 2020. Help me through dark times. Remind us that there's light at the end of the tunnel. Dedication to community. Helping others by doing charity streams. Giving back shows that you're genuine. Not to be parasocial. You genuinely helped your community and saved countless lives. Thank you. Thank you for the nice message. Thank you for the biddies as well. Molly and Doctor for the sub. Hey, Pops. Matt, Trevor, It's, and Take for the sub. Buddy for the sub. Carlson for the 3. I already read that. Braxton and Snipes for the sub. Next video chat. Ashley for the sub. What does unrated actually mean?
Time to tell you all about the Motion Picture Association of America's fascinating rating system.
It's hard to... I always assumed an unrated movie meant that it was too bad to even receive a review. Not necessarily being as bad as a rated R, but like I always assumed that unrated film was like, there's no point in even rating it. It's gonna be rated R or higher. If they already know without watching it. Like, what's an unrated film? Unrated movies. It might just mean that they never got them rated, or if there was just no point. American Pie's unrated. Oh, now it's rated R, but it was originally unrated. What was that one, like, sexual, food animated movie? Sausage Party. I'm pretty sure that was unrated. Was it unrated? I don't know if it was. It doesn't say.
Remember a time before the MPAA ruled the
most Seth Rogen films
movie industry with an iron fist. And today, when outlaw filmmakers, outsider artists, and just a studio looking to cash in really want to make a splash.
Terrifier. I feel like Terrifier, if Terrifier ever is rated, I think it should be above rated R. There should be something above rated R. Is there? I know in TV there's TVMA, but that's just the same thing as basically rated R. Is there there's rated X? Is there actually? X rated? What movie is X rated? Name a movie that's X rated. X rated movies. That just shows porn websites. Thank fuck I wasn't showing my screen.
They have a
chat. I mean, can we be fucking for real right now? As I was saying, rated R movies, like if you curse 5 times in a film and somebody dies, that's a rated R movie. And then you're going to have that and Terrifier at the same on the same scale.
Single go-to move.
NC-17. What is NC-17? No one's 17 and under admitted. That's what rated R is. That's the same thing.
They released.
Or is NC-17 rated R, but even with parental permission, you're not allowed to watch it? Is that what it is? If you're, rated R, restricted audiences under 17, requiring a company of an adult. Oh, NC-17 is even if you're accompanied by an adult, you still can't watch it. What movie's NC-17? probably still like movies with like gruesome sex scenes. NC-17 movies. List of NC-17 films. I'm on there's only like 20 on fucking Wikipedia. Matador. They're all films from like the 80s. SwearNet, the movie. Blonde. Psychological drama. I'm looking at the top-rated NC-17 films, and I've never heard of any of these. Like, they're all just dud films. Man Bites Dog. Whatever. Lock in.
Piece of film in that liminal space between the commercially viable and the culturally transgressive. This is known as the unrated movie.
Head of the Motion Picture Association of America, Jack Valenti, said today in New York that the film industry plans to set up a voluntary rating system designed to keep youngsters from seeing undesirable film.
Ratings and the idea of ratings have been around for the majority of the modern conception of industrialized film releases. We all know them: G, PG, PG-13, and R. They are the four legitimate and commercial.
I hate the PG-13 genre. I think the PG-13 genre is so often movies that should be rated R and would be a really good film if they took that step into the rated R, but they want more money, so they limit themselves creatively and make the movie kiddish for the purpose of being able to sell more tickets. Five Nights at Freddy's. Yes. Five Nights at Freddy's. I've ranted about how I don't like... I loved the FNAF movie. I ranted about how it should have been a rated R film. Not saying that it meant to... I'm saying it should be rated R, meaning they should make it more gruesome, more gory, more fucked up. And then it would be better.
Appropriate ratings your film can receive. Of course, there's the dreaded NC-17, but the less said about that, the better from the studio's perspective. In fact, in recent years, the studios would literally rather have their projects released into the wild than put out something featuring that last rating. But to understand why this ecosystem is the way it is, we need to go back to the beginning.
Gentlemen, given its enormous expense, we don't want to send it to market except in the certainty that it will not offend any...
Mods, can we ban that? What? Are there mods in chat? Just as an example. Yes. Get that guy should go. That guy should not be a chatter in my chat. Sorry, don't apologize. I'm just saying. Like, when a guy just spams a paragraph saying goon mode, get him out of there.
Reasonable American regardless of faith or creed.
From 1934 to 1968, the Motion Picture Production Code set a concrete and puritanical blueprint for what could be released in theaters by movie studios. This rubric, commonly referred to as the Hays Code, after William H. Hays, the former political operative and then serving as the Postmaster General.
The production code, adopted by the motion picture industry, is designed to develop and to protect.
The Hays Code held a death grip on the film industry. No fornication, nudity, or drug use were permitted in films that were widely released. Even concepts like the bad guys winning or promoting criminal acts were censored under the iron thumb of...
The bad guys winning made the film be rated higher in terms of audience age to watch. That's crazy. You could have a film where it's gory, or not gory necessarily, but fucked up shit happens, but if the hero wins, it's good. Somebody redeemed that. Ethan, Jeff, and Casey for the sub. Ricardo, thank you for the 3. Missed my 1,000 biddies. Kagan about for the sub. Braxton Ashley for the sub. Ricardo for the 1,000 biddies. You ever get... I read that, Ricardo. Thank you for the 1,000 biddies.
The code. However, as public morals evolved and the studios became more and more frustrated by the totalitarian censorship of the MPPC, a push to replace it with something else gained popularity. The MPAA, or Motion Picture Association of America, was eventually created as a replacement for the Hays Code. The MPAA is not without its flaws, though. It's been accused of corruption, big studio bias, and overreaching censorship.
I think that's what Deadpool 3 is. So I didn't read it out loud, but I saw chatters say Deadpool 3 was PG-13 when it had a bunch of curse words and gore and stuff. I think that's because the bigger the film, the higher potential they have to just fucking skew the rating. Like, if you have enough money, you could probably get your film that's tiptoeing the line between rated R and PG-13, but should probably be rated R, just PG-13.
The rating board members who are...
Deadpool 3 is rated R, is it? Oh, it is. But there are probably other... Are there any Marvel film... Like, what was, like, Love and Thunder? Thor Love and Thunder was PG-13. Gabe for the 2K biddies. You were there when my dad was in rehab. I'm sorry to hear that, man, but I'm glad I was able to be there. It's my birthday. Happy birthday, Monica, for the 2005 biddies. Thank you for everything you do. You help me, you help so many people, including me, every day. Thank you. Lock in.
Parents are neither gods nor fools.
Bro, I'm about to rip sub-only mode for the rest of the stream. The amount of people, like, I have banned 4 chatters that are just spam promoting, like, Clash of Clans clans. What are we fucking doing? They've been following me for 3 minutes.
Look at a movie.
Oh my God, hold up. Brother, banning you. Oh my God. Keep it in sub only for the rest of this video. Motherfuckers need to sit in timeout. People are just getting banned now. Rest of this video, we're going to keep it sub only. I'm sorry. Glue stick for the sub. There's so many bad chatters right now. It's insane. We've had a better chat overall since school kicked back up, because I obviously lose like 35% of my audience. And I think with that, the non-casual viewers that just fucking, or the non-like actual viewers of me that just tune in like once every fucking month. But like, holy shit, dude.
And try to put a
IDL for the sub.
rating on there that the average parent would believe to be an accurate depiction of that film.
Okay, so now that we've got the history out of the way, let's get back to the original question. How does a movie get released unrated? It's usually a studio or distribution company that wants to avoid an NC-17 rating. There have only been a select few...
Oh, so if you go unrated, it's treated as if it's rated R in a film? So is that why like Terrifier 3 would want to opt for that, or like certain films? I don't even know if Terrifier 3 got rated R. Let me actually Google that. Or is it unrated? I forget if I looked. It's not rated. So Terrifier 3 wants to be not rated because then you could go with parents.
Mainstream films that have been released with the NC-17 rating, and almost all of them have failed miserably. And due to the agreements between the MPAA and the broader interconnected network of theater chains, a film must receive a rating to play in theaters across the country. For much of the history of the industry, many major distribution chains and studios were very skittish to release a film without a rating. This was due to apprehension regarding public backlash and the potential for unwanted lawsuits. It's essentially always been exceeding...
Well, whenever you see a movie that's not rated, I feel like you immediately assume it's around rated R. Is that crazy to say? Like, I can't think of a not rated film that wasn't like a fucked up movie in some way.
Rare and difficult to get a movie out if it didn't have a rating.
Like, if you go into Terrifier 3 and you're like, well, it's not rated, maybe it's a family Christmas movie, and then in the first scene you just hear boom, and it's like a kid getting his head chopped off. And you're like, oh my God, what is this madness? Like, you're an idiot.
That was until the early 2000s. What changed about this hallowed decade? The rise of the DVD.
It's a movie on a disc the size of a CD. The picture is twice as sharp as VHS.
In the 80s and 90s, the booming home video and rental markets allowed film studios a second bite at the apple. Projects that had died at the theater were...
Bro, do y'all remember VHS tapes? That was out of my time. I'm 23. That was out of my time, but I remember the era where my mom would have the VHS tapes. Like, there was a few films I would watch on a VHS player.
Resurrected in the confines of...
But it was very short-lived. Like, I remember at my grandparents', I used to watch Jim Carrey's The Mask on VHS. It was my favorite movie when I was a kid. And then... it was CD, the disc players, and I remember I had like a portable, it looked like a laptop, but it was just a CD player, and it had those shitty like computer lab headphones, and I would just watch Pirates of the Caribbean on it.
living rooms across the globe. So when DVDs started doing the same for films, the studios explored alternate ways to thin slice this experience. How many more iterations could they release to pull in even more money? Flash-in-the-pan phenomena like extended cuts, one-half sequels like Spider-Man 2.1 or X-Men 1.5, and you guessed it, unrated editions flooded the market. These unrated editions were ubiquitous and almost always terrible. They basically just boiled down to the theatrical release of the movie with 1 or 2 additional scenes inserted into them. This became an industry-wide trend. Chief among them, American Pie's unrated DVD release was so successful that it directly spawned numerous copycats.
Beer Fest is a great film.
And exclusive bonus features.
Stay away from Los Angeles.
To die for. The unrated director's cut, Dawn of the Dead.
Bro, you gotta be a dumbass, though, if you're gonna go buy a whole new copy of a movie to get another 2-minute edition for an individual fucking aspect of the film. Oh, let me go buy Dawn of the Dead unrated so I could see the extra 30 seconds of film footage they added on one scene.
On DVD Tuesday.
This practice of draining movie fans out of money didn't last long. After basically a decade of delivering subpar quality alternate versions of films, everyone collectively just kinda said no more, just in time to see how the physical media industry itself would collapse due to the onset of streaming. But have no fear. The unrated movie itself hasn't actually gone away, totally. In fact, it's actually closer to the original idea than ever. Today, movies being released unrated actually do carry a little more weight. We still have the old version of the idea, like the re-release of Saw to commemorate its 20th anniversary.
Live or die. Make your choice.
It features a slightly extended cut with some more gratuitous gore and profanity, but it's essentially the original film. It was also only in theaters for a few days, which pivots it away from drawing the ire of the MPAA. It's a limited exhibition.
Most people are so ungrateful to be alive, but not you.
I've never seen the original Saw. I've seen clips of it, so I don't really want to watch it. But I've never seen, like, most of this. I think I've seen, like, 2 Saw movies, and I couldn't even tell you which ones. Just, like, a random Saw 6 or something I've probably seen.
Not anymore.
Terrifier 3, however, is a beast unto itself. Well, thanks.
Bro, I watched Terrifier 3 at this setup with one of my friends, and I stood like this for half the film. And just fucking watched it in utter fucking, like, shock. I've said it before, the scene where she fucking shoves a shard of glass up her is disgusting. It was the grossest scene I've ever seen in a film. While he's scalping someone, she's fucking, don't spoil it. Oh, sorry, I spoiled the whole fucking plot of the film. It's disgusting. It's actually, and it looks so, not real, but it's like, oh.
To the access that streaming has granted, Terrifier was...
And Terrifier 1, they really stepped it up. Terrifier 1, they saw a woman vagina down in half, right? And he does it like he's a show clown. So he, like, unveils her, and then he goes... And he's like, that's why people like Art the Clown, because he acts like a regular clown, and he goes... And he shows the rusty saw, and then he just goes, and he saws her all the way down. And that's disgusting. And then and the whole in the film for Terrifier 3, it's, you know, you already could tell the film itself is just bounds above 1 and 2, when in the first 5 minutes he literally sledgehammers a family to death. Like, dressed as Santa Claus. The kid is in pieces. It's just, oh my God, it's disgusting.
Able to build up a steadily growing and fervent fan base. These are people who come to the franchise for one thing and one...
I'm not saying, like, none of the Terrifier films are in, like, top 50 movies for me, but I maybe top 50, but, like, not top 10, top 20. I just like the idea of Art the Clown as a slasher, because it is the only scary slasher villain that exists. Every other slasher villain has, like, an absurd weakness that makes them so easy to avoid, or, like, you could just kill them. Art the Clown, you start beating him, he'll just pull out a Glock and shoot you in the head. Like, he doesn't live, there's no rules. It's not like Michael Myers where he's only gonna walk at you. No, like, if you get the upper hand on Art the Clown, you're about to kill him, he's just gonna kill you with a pistol. He'll just be like, all right, I'm not gonna torture you, you're just gonna die. And he full sprints, right? And then he also, spoiler alert, gets reborn and is basically immortal in the fucking second film. So it's just like, you can't kill him.
Thing alone, gore. So when the distributor...
Oh my God, that's the girl. That's the gore. That's the girl. Oh my God, she's so gross.
So when the distributor, Cineverse Corp, realized...
She's like one of the people that he tortured in the first film, and she develops like Stockholm Syndrome and gets like obsessed with him, and then they become like this weird duo.
There was no way the MPAA would give them anything other than an NC-17. They had no other option but to risk it all and bet the farm. And boy, did that bet work out well for them. The film was released unrated in October of 2024 and became the highest grossing film ever to be put out with no rating. The third installment in the franchise pulled in $55.1 million opening weekend and a total gross of just...
And he doesn't talk! Oh my God, that's what it is. That's what it is too. He doesn't speak. He's a fucking mime. You know how scary that is? Like, I would want him to be like, I'm gonna kill you. He doesn't talk. He'll just go. And then he'll fucking whip out a rusty hammer and hammer your kneecaps in. And the whole time you're screaming, he's just going. Just silent. That's fucking so scary. Buddy, he talks when? When does he speak? Maybe I'm forgetting. Does Art the Clown talk? No. Art the Clown is intentionally silent, relying on his mime-like qualities, gestures, and facial expressions to communicate. Whole grunt. Or scream. That's it. That's not speaking. He never says words.
Over $90 million. This is an astonishing feat for a previously cult curio. It's something that just literally would not have been possible even as recently as 10 years ago. Due to the increased cannibalization of streaming,
I wish... You know how, like, your parents thought Halloween was really scary? Like, your parents probably thought Michael Myers was fucking so scary. Or Jason. Like, most people that watched horror films in, like, the 80s and 90s were mortified by, like, any modern-day slasher that we would find comical today. I wish we could throw Terrifier 3 into, like, the 80s. Just like, it's an 80s showing of Halloween, or a 90s showing of like Halloween 3 or whatever. And they go into the film, and instead of Michael Myers, it's just Terrifier 3 playing. I think that would be just, I think people would walk out like crying. It would be that scary comparably. Like, horror movies have scaled in fear so much.
Theaters are looking for any reason to have an excuse to pull people in, and it's not strictly illegal to ship a movie without an MPAA rating on it. It's just highly frowned upon. So for the right movie, like a sequel to a proven horror franchise, they're willing to roll the dice. Is Terrifier an outlier, or will it be a model for more transgressive content seeking a mainstream release?
Bro, the scene where he sits like a doll... There's a scene in Terrifier where he, like, doesn't move for years, and the construction workers find him, and he's just sitting like this. Covered in cobwebs. So he's been there for, like, years, just unmoving, or however long it's been. And they go, and they're like, imagine you're him. They're, like, staring right at him. And the whole time you're like, he's gonna fucking jump at him. But it's, like, not even absurd for them to look at it like, what is that? It's covered in cobwebs. It looks like a fucking, like a mannequin.
Fella, what's in the bag? Oh, he's gonna show.
And then he pulls out a gun.
Oh, it's hey.
Or it's like a dead body or something. At some point, he pulls out a pistol. Or he starts peeing on him. I forget what happens. This scene's really weird.
But what happens when it's on a smaller, more indie project? Or a project that's been held up in development hell for a few years? Well, that's about to be the story of Toxic Avenger. The Peter Dinklage-fronted remake of the cult classic is pulling a page directly from the Terrifier playbook. After premiering at Fantastic Fest almost 2 full years ago to rave reviews, the project just couldn't find distribution. It was apparently too aggressive on multiple fronts, and yet finally, here we are, with the film hopefully continuing the trend of unrated movies pulling in the big bucks.
I've never heard of this movie in my life.
The nuts.
Okay, summoning the nuts.
Regardless if you're a Toxic Avenger, Terrifier, or just film fan in general, this trend of unrated movies actually being released is a good thing. Film censorship and ratings guidelines have shaped the entire modern history of the medium. The idea that we might be moving away from this and into something that could foster new—
Is the film industry shit right now? Yeah, we're gonna watch a video on Sunday about how they don't make comedy movies anymore. I'm really excited to watch that. I think the film industry in general is dog shit, but I think these like indie filmmakers are doing a really good job to like hoist up the business. Like the original Terrifier 1 movie had a budget of like 40 grand. It was very Terrifier 1 budget. $35,000 for the whole fucking movie. Only question mark? Yeah, only. $35,000 to make a full-length film is nothing. With professional camera equipment, actors, not even necessarily special effects or like, not even special effects, like actual like full gore and makeup and all this other shit that you're putting into that. $35,000, you're spreading that amongst people. Like these actors are getting paid nothing. Later on, obviously, I think Terrifier 3 had a very high, Terrifier 3 had a budget of $2 million. But even Terrifier 2 only had $250K. Like, dude, you're looking at movies like Red 1 have like fucking $350 million budgets to make a movie that's like shit.
New and interesting voices is an exciting prospect.
The Rock himself costs like $70K. You have no idea how much films cost. I'm not trying to be rude. You think Dwayne Johnson is charging $70,000 to be an actor? He's charging $70 million. He's 70 grand. Dwayne Johnson, if you get Dwayne Johnson in your movie, he's half your budget. You're paying him. How much did Dwayne Johnson make in Moana 2? Let's just do that. Dwayne Johnson is estimated to make at least $20 million from Moana 2. He was paid $21 million in Moana for his voice. How much did Dwayne Johnson make Red 1? $50 million to be in Red 1. A fucking Christmas movie where he played an elf. Sprats, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Thank them if you got a sub. Thank you for the 10 gifted. P-Ward, thank you for the 5 subs. Thank them if you got a sub. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Droid Fire for the sub. Ohio, Benny, Riley. Sweetle, thank you for the 3. My volume is still turned down. If you spoiled Terrifier, you fucking bitch when you said the spoiler alert. RX, thank you for the 3. I'm not a bitch, brother. You've gotten about a year to watch that movie. And it's a horror film. I didn't spoil the plot of the movie. RX, thank you for the 3. The memes, the streams, the TikToks are calling me, the rage, the shouts, the white beanie enthrall me. I roar, I scream, themselves quiver. I pause, the silence drowns forever. Seb and Exotic for the sub boy and IDR for the sub Sprouts. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Lock in.
Especially given the bleakness of the industry overall, and the glimmer of hope that there's a path forward for more transgressive, interesting, and avant-garde films to be made and seen by people is a cultural boon. So really, the only thing to do now is for everyone to show up to talk.
I hope that the film industry pivots slightly how the gaming industry is pivoting, where indie game devs are making more money on certain games than AAA devs. Like, I hope there's more and more indie filmmakers that just genuinely, they secure like a $500,000 budget and just make a banger film.
Sees first big screen outing.
And then obviously I hope though, I think there's a lot of movie companies that have done that. Not necessarily Blumhouse, but you know how like Blumhouse Films creates a lot of horror movies that aren't necessarily low budget, but they're kind of that middle ground. And then they kind of scale each movie because they get more money, they could get better actors, or even those actors they pay more. Like, I love that. Like a film company that makes something for cheap and then they slowly scale themselves.
in multiple decades, both for his sake
A24
and for all of ours.
His face is so terrifying. We can't show it to you now. You'll have to see the movie for yourself.
And well, that's all.
Wow, what a fuck. Dude, and that movie was probably fucking hype. What movie is this? His face is so terrifying. Ah! Ah! Oh my god, your face is so terrifying. Ah! Like, bro, what acting is that? Sprats, thank you for the subs again. All right, well, that was an interesting video. About to hop into the next one. I gotta go piss real quick, though. Count me down! 30 seconds. Hold up. Okay. I Erico for the sub. Lock in here, chat. Next video. The hell of TikTok comments. We'll actually be able to probably add, because we only have 2 videos left, we'll be able to add another video for sure, because we skipped that long one. We'll be able to add another video. What one do we want to add, actually? I'll add that right now. Good evening, Balding Huzz. What's up, Sketty? Thank you for the 3, boss. Body cam? We could add a body cam video. We haven't done a body cam video today. I got a Midwest safety video that we could watch. I don't really want to do... I don't know. Do we want to do a body cam vid? Oh my god.
Hurry to photograph.
We could watch that video that we said we were going to watch and then didn't. Man walks in on killer sawing his roommate's neck. Do we want to do that? Chloe for the 3. No idea how this works. Love your content. Decided to comment for the stream. Sketty for the 3. Smash for the sub. Andrew for the 3. Sprouts, thank you for the 10. Lock in chat. Man walks in on killer sawing his roommate's neck.
He's down here. It's bad.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Let's take a peek.
Just enough running down the stairs. He had a knife in his hand and everything.
He's got puncture wounds all over the place, too.
And so I'm like, oh, here's a young retard Hitler. If someone is trying to start a new worldwide cult, I will eliminate that person.
On March 10th, 2020.
What? So he thought his roommate was going to start a cult. I think we watched this first portion of the video prior, and then we had to click off because we didn't have time to watch it. But he thought his roommate, or it says man walks in on killer sawing his roommate's neck. So it's not even necessarily his roommate. It's just a guy he knows.
Officers with the Idaho Falls Police Department are called to a home after one of the residents witnesses a bone-chilling crime. As investigators plunge into a case brimming with appalling discoveries and a suspect on the run, they encounter a twisted tale of cultish accusations and mental disorders. However, nothing prepares them for the twisted motive they will uncover at the end of this heinous crime. On a chilly evening, 31-year-old Aaron makes an urgent 911 call when he encounters a horrifying scene. The following videos have never been seen or heard before.
911, where's your emergency?
This guy named Douglas, he just killed Hans. I don't know what his name is. His last name, Hans.
Aaron lives with 5 other individuals in a home.
Oh, so it was one of his dubbed the graduate house. So these guys are out of college. So Douglas killed one of his fucking friends and he watched him do it.
I don't know what his name is.
I mean, do you step in that situation if somebody is a weapon? I feel like you got to, bro. I don't know. I think it depends what weapon they have. But if you're watching, like, say you're living with 3 guys, and one dude is sawing another dude's neck off, I'd be like, oof, you at least got to, like, fucking kick him. I'd beat their ass. Well, I don't know about that, but I'm saying, like, I don't know, fucking throw a chair at him. Yeah, it depends on the weapon. A gun, no, but...
his last name, Hans.
Aaron lives with 5 other individuals in a home dubbed the Graduate House, run by a local nonprofit that offers alternative housing options for those in need.
Oh. So they don't know each other. They just all live in that house because it's, what, like, subsidized?
He just took off running down the street.
Is he breathing?
No, he's not. Hey, Hans is not breathing.
Even though Aaron is panic-stricken, he somehow manages to gather his composure and relay vital details to the operator.
He ran down towards
halfway house? But why are there's no supervisors that live there? It's just like 5 people. He ran towards the common center, towards that direction.
Common sense, towards that direction.
Who's the male that stabbed him?
Douglas Taylor.
And you said he does have a knife?
Yes, he does have a knife. He just killed him.
Is he on the ground?
He's on the ground. Hans is on the ground. He just cut his neck with a knife, man.
Is he lit? Let's start CPR. You're gonna put
I can't. I don't know.
Start CPR, bro. If he cut him in the jugular, that guy's dead. What do you do when that happens? Like, maybe if you're an EMT, or if you're an EMT and somebody cuts your jugular, are you even able to potentially save that person? That's a huge... You would start gushing blood. Like, even if you cover the wound, I feel like it's fucked. Cover it? Yeah, I mean, very rarely I feel like you would survive that. You know, you would bleed out in seconds.
Dead. He's dead. He's blue. He's completely blue. His neck is cut. What's knife? Over here. Over here.
As officers arrive and move quickly to secure the scene, they find Aaron outside while the victim is bleeding out inside on the kitchen floor.
He's down here. It's bad. Nine zero. Myself and 1-7 are clearing the house.
Do you think the cops get they have to get nervous for this, right? I feel like I would, even regardless of how much training you have, and I know U.S. police officers get less training than other countries' cops, bro, you got to be tweaking, man. Especially if this is like your first response to one of these serious ass calls, like some dude stabbed a guy to death, and you're looking for him, or like a shootout, something like that.
Ready?
I was thinking about this earlier today. Is there an age that cops are no longer allowed to respond to these types of calls? It reminded me when I looked at this guy, because he looks like he's in his, like, 50s. At some point, I would assume you're a sergeant, and then you retire. Like, you don't respond to the calls, but you, like, command people. Like, you're not first response. If you're, dude, because if you're 65, you're not going to be able to respond to a fucking like, violent man that's mauling other people. There's probably some sort of age or evaluation on that. Didn't you already watch this? No. False for the sub, fired for the 5. I noticed a lot. You truly helped me in dark times when I wanted to end it off to my relationship since it was the only thing keeping me sane after my 2 14-year-old cousins died. Dude, I'm so sorry for your loss. You truly helped me get through everything. You realize life is worth living no matter what happens. Well, I'm glad I made it my help, man, and I hope that you're all right. False for the sub, Rune, thank you for the 3. Furnish drawing you in W place. I'm not going to check that out right now. Glue, thank you for the 3. Did you know the director for Terrifier was also the makeup artist? No. Yuck for the sub.
Inside the house, officers Kelly and Picard find the lifeless body of 51-year-old Herman Hans Warlin lying in a pool of blood.
We got a back door.
And there's 5 guys that live here. Where are the other fucking people? Did they have to evacuate?
Running down the street.
Okay, just hang out here.
It's common sense. He had a knife in his hand and everything.
So who's the guy? Do you know the guy?
Yeah, Ben.
Talk to me. Here, just talk to me, man.
Douglas Taylor just killed Hans. The dude, he cut his throat with a knife.
I need you to stick with me, man. If we're gonna find this guy. Who is he?
His name is Douglas Taylor. He has brown hair. It goes over his eyes, and he's wearing a brown jacket and a brown pants with brown boots. He ran off towards common sense with a knife.
Okay.
I woke up. I was asleep. I heard him fighting. He goes, "No, stop, please, please." And that's all I heard. And I came upstairs, and he was laying on the floor with blood all over him.
Okay. Connor.
Where's he at, Karen?
He's right here, but hey, wait, come this way.
Come this way, Connor. This way.
This way.
Hey, do you want me at the back or the front here?
Just hold on.
Hey, go grab the airway bag.
Okay.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, let's take a peek.
Okay. Just try not.
And what do the EMTs do, man? Like, do they have to try and save them? When I've talked to my friend that's a paramedic, he says he just has to mark their body and say that they're dead. Because they still have to prove, they have to show that they went there and responded. But it's not like they're going to be able to do anything.
Not to
disturb. All of the fire units incoming can slow down.
Even though all hope appears to be lost for the victim, Hans, paramedics continue to check on him.
Watch where you stop, please.
You want to check his pulse?
If you step right back out then. Good. So, he's right there. Let's just clear this real quick.
I'll pie this room on the left. If you want to hold it forward, Karen. Looks like it's a bathroom. There's a shower curtain. I'm gonna go in. Okay, shower's behind the door, so I can't see. Clear.
Back upstairs, paramedics huddle over the victim to document the injuries.
Hey, Maddie.
Yeah.
Bro, I would be so nervous to clear fucking rooms like that. She's announcing she's going in there. What if I was hiding in the fucking shower? You know what I mean? Like, aren't they supposed... I don't know. I'm not saying this is a fact. Wouldn't you want to go, like, quiet? Like, I would look at the cop and go, like, hand signals. She just announced, I'm going in. Can you move the door? I have to look in the shower. Like, if you're the guy in the shower, if there was a guy in the shower, now you just fucking, you know when they're gonna come at you. Like, you're prepared.
We're going to take every witness. We're trying to get a 4 lead here.
Oh, reduces risk to civilians, too? You think they'd announce themselves? I would be, dude, I don't know. I feel like I'd be nervous I'd accidentally shoot someone. Because I don't want to relate this. I'm not trying to relate this to a fucking video game, okay? So I'm going to sound like a fucking idiot when I say this. When I've played Ready or Not, there are instances where you walk into a room and you announce yourself. And this is similar to real life. You walk into a room and you announce yourself. No one responds. You walk in and a guy runs out at you holding no weapons, just panicking. I've shot them every time in the game. And that's what I would be in real life if I'm adrenaline pumping and I'm clearing rooms and I'm like, come out, like, announce yourself, and they don't, and then I run in, they don't have a weapon. I would be nervous that I would just go boom, 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 and just mag dump. You know what I mean? Like, that's why I could never be a cop. I would just instantly mag dump. If I saw somebody, I'd be like, if you don't announce that you're here, I'm instantly shooting you. If I fucking see you. Like the fucking trigger discipline a cop has to have, because they're stupid or scared people that just don't say anything. And then you go in there, they don't listen, they don't respond, they don't have a weapon, they're not going to attack you, but they're just standing there.
Harkins just wants a 4-lead ran. So just so... He's got puncture wounds all over the place, too. Is he? Yeah.
Are they giving him an IV? What is this? What is this?
What's up? It's working. Oh, it's working.
He's alive?
I'm doing the whole deal.
Hey, you have a work phone on you?
No, I'll go grab mine. Yep.
In an unexpected twist, Hans Warlin, the victim everyone thought was dead, has a pulse. As officers hurry to photograph the crime scene, paramedics act swiftly in a desperate effort to save the victim's life.
You're gonna have to start taking pictures quick, dude.
Damn, you could see this guy kind of have like an, oh, fuck, you know? Because it's like, now, not like he was upset that they had to try to save him, but more so like, damn, they were kind of walking around his body for like 2 minutes, you know, before. But that's awesome that they immediately just fucking ran to do
Dispatch,
that.
maybe one. Call her recognized we have a full trauma activation. We have an estimated 35-year-old male, cardiac arrest. He is in PEA. Chet, I think we just move him and just get him out of here. I think it's our best bet.
I'm gonna keep talking to this guy real quick.
Sketty for the 3. In situations like this, we have to do everything we can. We hold pressure, do whatever's necessary, compression shock the patient with an AED until the higher-up show up on the scene. We have a few signs to recognize during training to tell us not even resuscitate a person. As of right now, the cops are still clearing the scene. We wouldn't be able to even enter the area to help the man. Tread for the 3. Sorry. Oh, my God, that's why they weren't able to do anything, because they had to clear the area. Last message was so long. Sorry, you're good, Tread. Thank you for the 3. Mun for the sub. Tread for the 3. Finish ENT orientation with Louisiana. One of the things we do if somebody's bleeding profusely, we have to bring them to the hospital and stabilize them on the way. Brana, thank you for the 3.
It's good.
You want to logistically organize them? It's coming out of the back of his head.
Dude, it's freaking.
I mean, bro, he probably got stabbed like 10 times.
God damn it.
Dude, I don't know. Holy keep going, keep cranking, keep cranking.
Yep.
Oh, God damn it.
I'm gonna scooch my Jeff.
In order to save precious seconds, paramedics improvise their plans to get Hans into the ambulance as quickly as possible.
Well, Jeff, we don't have to worry about the Terminator subs.
Yeah, no, we're doing good. Just get around.
How was he alive after losing that much blood?
Okay, we're all set. Should not see this for back to the side.
And they're saying while they're doing the chest compressions, blood's just leaking out of the back of his head.
It's pumping blood out, bud. Pumping it.
All right, let's just roll.
Holy fuck.
Pull that arm.
They're pumping it out? Well, they have to try and resuscitate him.
That arm.
Let's get it squared up a little bit.
What change? He's got rhythm or what?
Yeah, he's in PEA, dude.
Okay.
Boys, you ready?
PEA. I'm Googling that. Pulseless electrical activity. A type of cardiac arrest where the heart's electrical activity is present, but there's no palpable pulse or blood flow. So he's alive, but his heart's not beating.
Okay. It's gonna drag. Yep. His legs, they're rough south. Get him up. All right. Watch his hands. I know, I'm trying to get clock machine.
He said the knife's in here.
Like a coma? Well, no, in a coma, your heart would still be beating. It's like he had a heart attack. Like that brief period where your heart stopped, but you're still resuscitatable?
In the house somewhere.
Officer Lindquist brings up a fundamental detail about the missing murder weapon, but that's not the only thing they're lacking. They still have a suspect at large, potentially
Yeah,
causing
this dude running around fucking town with a knife.
even more death and destruction. Officers immediately turn their attention to Aaron, the 911 caller who's been standing outside talking on his cell phone this entire time.
I want somebody monitoring him on audio right now.
Okay, I think McCart's recording, but
Yeah, wouldn't you be a little suspicious that maybe this guy fucking stabbed him? Like, you have no idea who this culprit is. This guy's just saying Douglas Taylor.
Left him. So this guy's making phone calls and talking and sharing information we need to get reported.
Okay.
Tape it. Hey, you got that? Tape it. Everything. Yeah.
Before Aaron has a chance to talk to anyone else, Detective Albright records his statement, but the more
I just gotta say, side conversation, I've banned 100 people today. Dank for the sub.
Aaron reveals,
Like, dude, just the amount of shit chatters.
the more uneasy the detectives become. The detective begins his question.
Why? Spamming the same thing. Do the Hans accent. Do the Hans accent. Do the Hans accent. Fix your hair. Fix your hair. Brother, we're watching a fucking video. Yeah, let me talk in a... because they said his name was Hans. You fucking loser.
By asking about his roommate, Douglas Taylor, the man Aaron identified as the perpetrator on the call earlier.
So, Doug, what time did he leave this morning?
Like 4:30 in the morning.
4:30 in the morning.
Something like that, yeah.
Well, do you know where he was going?
No, I don't know where he went.
Does he work or anything?
No,
like
he doesn't
that?
work either. He just got released out of a hospital, too.
Oh, really?
From what I understand.
How long has Doug been living here?
Only a month.
Only a month?
Yeah.
Detectives will later uncover the deranged reason that caused Douglas to...
Yep, Nick not doing that. Lazy, thank you for the 3. Refund that. If you redeem it again, I won't do it, and I won't refund you. Do you ever, literal terrible timing. Why do you think I throw it in sub only? I announce that there's a bad chatter, and then everybody immediately just assumes that they should just be bad chatters to be more annoying and rage bait me. It's the most utter annoying thing. I'm just done talking about it. Anytime, I'm going to try and reference it less and less. When there's shit chatters, I'm just going to silently pop it in sub only. We're going to scrub those fuck-ass idiots out of my chat, and we'll just sit in sub only. Because whenever I say, hey, this chatter was annoying, I then ban 8 more people for then doing the same thing the other chatter did to get banned, just to be funny. And then they complain when they get banned and said that they were wrongfully banned. You're a dumbass. Stop doing that. Lazy, thank you for the 3. Do you eat up? Dank for the sub.
mercilessly assault a roommate, but for now they continue speaking with Aaron.
So Doug got released a month ago or so.
Yeah.
And then he shows up here. How was he when he first arrived?
Kind of peculiar. Just doesn't want to talk to people. Doesn't want to interact.
The manager of the group home arrives on the scene and provides officers with more valuable details about their missing suspect.
So is this like a group home or what is it?
Yes, we own 3 of them. We got Andre's house, we got the lady's house, and this is our graduate house.
Okay.
Most of the guys here had come through. We actually allowed Douglas to come straight from Blackfoot South to come in here. He was supposed to be all right. He was attending counseling at RHS, and I was by here 3 times yesterday, and I didn't see nothing different in the kid. I talked to him, and all of a sudden, and Hunts never did anything to anybody.
Right.
I mean, that kid was just as docile as he wanted to be, man.
Blackfoot South is a state hospital.
That's so upsetting that all the other people in this house are trying to get help and, like, get out of a shitty situation. And then this fucking Douglas guy, who's also supposed to be getting help, just fucking stabs one of them to death.
Specializing in mental health, located approximately 30 miles south of Idaho Falls. While the reasons for Douglas's treatment remain unknown, it gave
Crazy how people turn so quick. Well, it might have been in his head. He might have just not acted on it.
an insight into his possible mental health concerns.
Had he been normal kind of before that, for like the first 2 weeks he was here?
No, not really. It's kind of like strange, off to himself, talks to himself.
So he's been talking to himself ever since he got here?
Yeah, ever since he got here. But he started laughing to himself recently.
Oh, just in the last 3 days?
Yeah.
Who? Oh, Douglas has been laughing to himself? Bro, that would scare the shit out of me if anyone ever did that. If I walked into, like, a room that my friend was in and he was just laughing to himself, like, not on his phone watching a video, just, like, staring at a wall, I'd be like, yo. Are you okay?
Ever since he got here.
Yeah, ever since he got here. But he started laughing to himself recently.
Oh, just in the last 3 days. Like
Yeah, just in the last 3 days. Yeah.
Do you know what if you overheard what he says when he talks to himself?
No, I don't listen to him. I don't listen to that.
What about?
Oh my God, and outwardly talking to himself out loud. Do you guys talk to yourself out loud? I talk to myself constantly in my head, but I don't think I ever speak to myself out loud. Like, just like outwardly be like, yeah, I don't know. What should I do later? Maybe like once a month in a car ride, I would like say something to myself. But I think in most situations, I'm just speaking to myself in my head daily. I whisper sometimes. What do you mean? Like you're like in a group or alone? You'll just be like, yeah, I don't know. What should I do? Like Breck from Modern Family, or not Modern Family. Malcolm, no. Which one is it? Not Malcolm in the Middle. Not Modern Family. The other one. The middle.
When he's laughing, does he say anything specifically?
No, he just mutters stuff.
Chris was talking about going on a date one day, and I was I was trying to give him like funny fake dating advice. I was like, tell a joke, and then just mutter under your breath. That's fucking stupid. I should have never told that. It's fucking dumb. Like, imagine you're on a date, just like alone with somebody, and you tell a joke, and you're like, was it funny? Should have never told that. Just been, oh, sorry. And then just like snap back.
Can't hear.
Oh my God, I feel like they would get up and leave. You know how scary that would be?
What Aaron recounts next will leave no doubt as to the manic brutality of the events.
She'll think you're crazy. Don't say a joke like that.
That's when I heard them scuffling or fighting upstairs, and I ran upstairs. And when I ran upstairs, that's when I seen Douglas Taylor with a knife sawing on Hans's neck.
The distance between the top of the basement stairs to the site of the stabbing is less than 20 feet. The fact that Aaron witnessed the ruthless attack from such close proximity suggests that he was lucky to escape with his life.
Oh, he looked at you?
Yeah, he looked at me.
Did he say anything?
No, he didn't say anything.
Was he still holding the knife?
Yes.
Or did he make any motions towards you or anything?
No, he didn't make any motions or any threatening behavior or anything. I would have fought it back, man, if I would known.
So Hans was on all fours, on his...
I mean, if he saw you from if you were upstairs and you saw him downstairs and you saw him run to the steps, I probably would have immediately just ran into a room, shut it, and then grabbed like a chair or some sort of weapon.
Knees and with his hands on the ground.
And he said, no, stop, please. I heard him say, no, stop, please.
The crime scene photographs the officers raced to document earlier offer frightening proof of
like fucking just chuck that. Like if you got hit in the head with this, bro, oh my God. Metal fucking just full swing.
Aaron's detailed account.
Remember what kind of a knife it was?
It looked like a kitchen knife.
Like a kitchen knife?
I would tank that. No, you would not. Water bottle ain't doing nothing. Listen. If I full of water went and fucking, or even if I didn't do that, say I hit you with like a slow, like I'm playing Hitman, and I fucking chuck it at you, it would distract you / hurt somewhat. Like, bro. Like, that's, bro, I'm telling, and that was like a mini smack. If I like full wound that thing, that'd crack your head open. Real talk, I grabbed the lava lamp. Real talk, the fucking scalding hot lava lamp. Chuck that. I'd catch it. No, you would not. The lava lamp?
Sure, but they found that there's a red knife laying on the floor in there in the living room. That might be the knife. I'm not sure. But it looked like a kitchen knife that it had with a brown handle on it.
Do you remember if it had a serrated edge? Or
yes, it had a serrated saw.
Oh, the spear? Yeah, no, I do have a spear. Realistically, I just grab a gun, but...
Oh, that makes sense, because you used that phrase, he was sawing at his head.
Yes.
Or on his neck. Wow.
The description of the weapon should help officers locate it quickly if the suspect did, in fact, leave
Why? I don't know. If I was witnessing my roommate get stabbed to death and then the guy ran at me, I would probably just shoot him.
at the scene, but Aaron is about to share a curious detail regarding the relationship between the victim Hans and his attacker Douglas.
Did it seem like previous to this, he had gotten along with Hans, or?
Yeah, they would sit in the kitchen for hours on end sometimes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So is it fair to say that Doug and Hans got along better than maybe Doug and other people?
No.
No?
No one really got along with him. No one really talked to him.
Nobody really, and that's why I was asking, because earlier he had said that he wasn't very sociable.
No, he wasn't very sociable. Hans is a friendly, nice guy.
Uh-huh.
But Douglas is not.
As Aaron's interview comes to an end, officers are still left wondering about the
So Aaron was saying that he was a mean guy prior to this.
motive behind the assault and the location of the missing perpetrator. Through all of this, Hans' life still hangs in the balance.
Oh, wait.
Hold up. Dexter for the 3. Dexter here. I repeat, that was not a Nick vape. Toxic and down for the sub trip. Thank you for the 3. PE means heart showing rhythm on the EKG. No pulse is felt. Ollie and Betty for the sub. Lazy for the 3. I'll repeat things to myself when I said, when I say it to my team to see if it sounded stupid. Wait, when I'm on the game, I'll repeat things to myself after I said it to my team to see if it sounded stupid. Really? Jet, thank you for the 1,000. But he's just made money gambling. Crypto dinners on me tonight. Nove, BMO, and Chop over the sub. Curly, Marisa, and Hubs for the sub. Neck for the 3. Now try to be a bad guy. BM3 for the sub. Lazy for the 3.
Jason, to see you down there. You got to this. You'll also be your driver for the ladder truck. When we get that top off, let's work on vascular access. Where's that other? Hang on.
As paramedics proceed to provide Hans with preliminary treatment, they're unprepared to witness the scope of the numerous wounds that will be revealed later.
All right, good lung sound. Good lung sound. Nice. There we go, boys. There we go, boys. Just hold on to that.
I love how much they're trying. Like, this feels like a group of, like, coworker friends that are actually just, like they're getting hype about trying to save a guy's life.
Dude, I can't get a rhythm.
I feel like these are the people that you would want doing this.
I cannot believe that rhythm. It just happened, dude. It's for real. Is the bagging still going okay? Yeah, outstanding. Yeah. Okay, everyone slow and methodical on the way in, okay? Cut that off. Yep. You shut down. Everyone slow and easy on the way out.
With the suspect at large and a grievously injured victim, it seems that the dispatch staff has only added more pressure on the officers.
He coded, right?
They got a pulse back.
I mean, now we got like 8 people in this vehicle.
If he goes, collect all of his clothing.
Okay. Were you listening to the radio?
Why? For evidence?
About his suicide.
Dude, she wouldn't spit it out.
I know. So she
I was sitting there getting pissed off, like I was cursing.
Well, she dispatched 3, so already I'm like, oh, this is gonna be good, right?
Yeah.
And then it just her dispatching like it's terrible.
Lift up, lift up.
How bad are we?
It's bad. I think he looked gone when I
Not the soonest, but we got it done, boys.
I don't know.
Watch out for seatbelts. Okay, you guys want to get him turned over, or whatever doctor is taking him. You, Roseford? Okay. It's a go. He's got his lap to his left.
Don't they gotta start giving him blood, man?
Carotid. His trach has been cut. He's got multiple superficial stab wounds. We worked him because he's PEA on. We're gonna need it. Make sure that one on the left's going in quick on there.
I'll let you.
Do you have a Sharpie?
I can get one.
Yeah, why don't we do that so I can start marking stuff?
Amid the hectic scene in the trauma room, doctors need critical information, but Officer Lindquist is about to have another breakdown in communication with the dispatch operator.
When did this come in?
Bro, there are 20 people in this room.
Dispatch, can I get the time of the call for the stabbing? They'll tell me it's like 2-2. Can I get time of call for the hospital?
You mean the time that you were on scene there, or the time that we notified him of the call?
The time the call came out.
Are you on main?
Yes. Charlie, I don't know how hard it is for anybody to look at the time the call came out and tell me that.
Well, you didn't go across that time.
22, any unit with a computer in front of them, can you please advise the time the call came out? The hospital needs that.
22. The call came in at 22:25, and I'm not sure what other time you're asking for.
It was 22:25. Charlie hates me.
She does, but she also. This has been ID or
Nope.
Well, she can fucking get over her goddamn hatred with you because there's a fucking guy dying and they need to know that information for some fucking reason. I don't know why, but, you know, if I'm a fucking cop there, I'm going to be like, okay, I'll get you the fucking info.
It's been pretty stressful.
Miscommunications notwithstanding, doctors learned that the call came in 43 minutes prior to the time relayed by the dispatch operator. As the medical team does everything they can to save Han's life, at the house, officers gathered outside and discussed their impressions of the crime.
Wait, 43 minutes? Bro, I feel like this dispatch operator is just not doing anything. Dispatch lady needs to be fired or change jobs ASAP. She's literally doing more harm than good. But that's what I'm feeling. I feel like she's just fucking being rude the whole time. Like she's mad she's there. I'm like, I don't care if you fucking hate your job. Your job's about saving people's fucking lives. Nut up. Figure it out.
Crime scene and the possible location of their suspect.
Did you go inside at all?
Me? Yeah.
Pretty bloody.
Yeah, he was bleeding out all over the kitchen floor.
So you did?
He looked dead to us. We didn't go any closer to him. We cleared the top floor.
Bro, they still haven't caught the guy.
We backed out.
While officers might have secured the scene, it is clear that they need to quickly widen their search if they hope to have any possibility of catching the suspect.
She said when we're clear this smell, we're going to be, correction, I'm going to be canvassing the businesses east.
How do they not see traumatized? Because they deal with this every day? Bro, the fucking horrors paramedics witness.
Of the canal.
Adjacent to this canal
You're an
sits
EMT before a paramedic usually either, so it's like, dude, you've probably witnessed multiple people die and get murdered.
a large shopping center where officers will make an unexpected discovery.
2-4. It looks like there's somebody sitting right next to the stores to your west. 270 Emerson over here on the back of Albertsons.
Officers converge behind the Albertsons.
Oh, they found him.
Approximately 3/4 of a mile from the crime scene and find their suspect sitting against the east side of the building.
What's the difference between an EMT and a paramedic? The way that I've been told is that EMTs are only allowed to do certain things. Paramedics can do more. It's like a level of clearance and expertise and training that has to go into it, where EMTs are only allowed to do certain things. What those specific things are, my friend has told me, and I don't remember them. But I can tell you that paramedics can do more and have higher qualifications than EMTs.
Officers ask what his name.
I believe paramedics are allowed to do on-site things where they're able to try and save your life in a more surgical way than EMTs can.
He replies, Douglas Taylor.
Yeah, it's got blood on its hands. The weapon. The weapon. They said the weapon he left there. 9041. Your suspect is saying the knife is there in the house still. The suspect is saying that the knife is still in the house.
Even though Aaron originally reported that he saw Douglas fleeing from the crime scene holding a weapon, detectives identify a blood-soaked knife lying on the floor in the living room.
Oh my God, it was like a fucking switchblade.
And get Douglas to the station without incident.
All right, step in there, go and take a seat.
Throughout his detainment, Douglas has appeared eerily calm and cooperative, but to get a full picture of the savage attack, detectives need to interview him. However, even seasoned detectives are not prepared to deal with the suspect as unsettling as this one.
I'm gonna do it. Keep right there. You want some water? Yeah, I do want water. There you go.
After reading him his Miranda rights, Detective Schwicht cuts straight to the chase.
Can you tell me what happened tonight from your side of things?
I'm the one who did it.
Okay. Can you tell me why? What happened tonight?
I'm not sure how to explain why I did it.
Within the first few minutes of the interview, Douglas confesses to the attack. However, the motive behind his actions will remain a mystery that investigators have yet to resolve.
I don't know how to explain it using regular terminology.
Okay. In your own words is fine. I'll ask questions if the things I don't understand. I was thinking that probably something happened tonight, or maybe it's an ongoing issue that got you really mad.
I wasn't angry.
Okay.
I have a system of metaphysics which would give you some insight into why.
Can you explain a little bit? Can you just explain to us what exactly happened?
I brutally stabbed to death that man in the kitchen.
It should be noted that Douglas doesn't know that Hans still clings to life and casually reveals a morbid series of events. Based on what happens later, everything he says will be called into question.
You said it should have resulted in death. If he survives and pulls through, is that going to be a problem for you, or
there was no chance of survival?
Did you make
This guy's fucking crazy, bro.
absolutely certain that the way you stabbed him was definitely going to kill him? Where did you stab him on his body? Because I haven't seen this guy.
Oh, I slit his neck open. He should have bled out completely.
Did you stab him more than once?
Yeah.
Were you really mad at him?
No.
Sorry, I guess I asked you that before.
I mean, when you're doing it, you have to do it in a precise manner, of course.
Why is he acting like he's fucking Dexter and has like a code of ethics that he lives by? And this is the fucking 30th time he's done this, and he's a precision-based murderer. Like, bro, you fucking stabbed somebody that was in your fucking house that was also trying to get mental health help.
Like if he's going to defend himself, or try to talk back, or try to prolong, then it becomes more incremental until you just finally make the final kill wound. But I think I stabbed him about 15 times until the final slit to the right side of his neck, piercing through all of those veins on the side. I witnessed him begin to bleed profusely. So, yeah.
Meanwhile, back at the Eastern Idaho Regional Medical Center, an inevitable tragedy strikes.
He died.
Did they just call it? It was loud. Okay. I called Harkness and let him know road 30 let.
They called it.
Yeah.
Hans had succumbed to his grievous injuries, turning the case into a murder investigation.
I thought like the back of his head was all disconnected on scene.
Well, like his fucking neck was detached from his body.
Is that one right there on his forearm?
We lost too much of the wire.
Yeah, I will have too much time on you, man.
What?
A lot of stab wounds.
I know.
2 days later, during an autopsy, medical examiners will report that Hans died from 17 stab.
What's funny, though? I mean, I don't think they thought it was funny. I think they have a level of comedic relief to deal with the situation at hand. I don't think it's fucked up that they're having casual conversations personally. Like, their job is very traumatic, and they're constantly in situations where they're trying to save people's lives. Like, if they're always living in a state of, like, dread and mourning, they're going to go insane themselves. Like, they have to treat they have to treat conversation outside of the immediate work as casual. They have to keep it, like, because otherwise they're just going to, like, their mind's just going to only go to this one spot all the time when they're at work.
Wounds inflicted upon the torso, left arm, neck, and other extremities. Meanwhile, detectives in the interrogation room are also getting closer to unearthing Douglas's motivations behind his appalling actions.
Certain individuals who desire to begin new cults, I like to identify and professionally examine, to see if that is precisely what they're trying to do. If someone is trying to start a new worldwide cult...
Is he trying to say that the guy he killed was starting a worldwide cult?
I will eliminate that person.
Do you think he was trying to start a new worldwide cult?
Yes.
Okay.
That is my standard.
Okay. You think being the leader of a cult, he would have done some really bad things?
There are enough religions on this planet.
Like too many. So we'd be better off with fewer of those.
Yes.
While While it's highly doubtful that Hans was indeed starting a cult, Douglas goes on to explain the reasoning behind this horrifying belief and his subsequent decision.
Did he share his beliefs, probably his mythology and stuff like that with you? Did he tell you about that?
To a degree. You tell I'm an atheist and I don't tolerate proselytizing.
Was that what he was doing?
It's not that atheists don't fucking tolerate proselytizing. Like, you could fucking sit there and tell me about your belief. I don't believe in God or an afterlife, but I'm not going to fucking stab you to death if you tell me that you believe in God. I'm also not probably going to have that adverse of a reaction to you. I'd probably just be like, yeah, let me hear out what you think.
Proselytizing.
Right, he's just crazy. He's saying he's an atheist that's just trying to get rid of cult leaders, bro. He was probably the Hans guy was probably just like a fucking Christian guy that was telling him about his like slightly varying beliefs outside of the solidified church and state.
About his beliefs.
Strangely, yes. Man trying to start a new cult. Not the right idea. Tries to reduce all of the world religions to some German mythology.
Sounds like a guy that had a conspiracy theory. Like, it sounds like an older man that has his own odd belief intertwining all the religions. I don't think he was going to then spread that worldwide and become a new cult leader. Maybe post about it on Reddit.
It makes us think like people who understand some mysterious concept are the true rulers of all the different nationalities, religions, and peoples. And so I'm like, oh, here's a young retard Hitler.
As the interrogation comes to an end, the detective has one final question for Douglas.
After stabbing a guy like this, what do you think would be the right thing to do with you? What do you think the police, the law, the judges, all these people who sit and make decisions about all this, what do you think is the right and appropriate thing to do?
Not sure.
There's no way he just says, there's no way he's just like, let me go.
Kill them in prison?
Oh.
Do you think that's the right thing for you?
Yeah.
But if the detectives thought that this would be the last they'd hear of the man, they were in for a shocker. On October 12, 2021, over a year and a half after the incident, Detective Schwicht received a handwritten letter from...
Oh, fuck no. I have a confession, something I've been hiding from all of you and lying about. I found a book called Moment of Truth by Lisa Scotland. In it, a man frames himself for murder. I took this as a sign that I need to come clean, especially since my old roommate, the supposed witness to a murder that I committed, might kill again. That is, I didn't kill Hans. My old Latino roommate, I forgot his name, who appeared at the... what does that say? Crime as a witness, is the one who killed Hans. I didn't. The reason I wanted to take blame was so that any more potential blank would back off. Since I might kill, I have since come to doubt this, as I have read that blank might kill as well in books like The Mask of Sanity and Without Conscious. So what really happened that night back in March 2020, I was out smoking a cigarette. After this, I went...
Douglas, while he awaited trial. In the letter, Douglas claimed that he didn't kill Hans and alleged that his old roommate Aaron is the one who killed Hans. Douglas reports that he heard a sound, entered...
Then why the fuck would he randomly... I mean, but I'm assuming there's probably fingerprints and shit, right? Like, it's not just he says he did the crime and then that's it. There's probably DNA evidence all over fucking Hans's body and the knife and all this other shit, and his fingerprints are all over it. Like, there's no way. What I heard from the outside was right, especially since there was a loud choking on blood sounds. So I came inside, saw him, Hans on the floor in his blood. I went back outside to run, but became sort of traumatized and confused, and my roommate came threatening me, so I... what does that say? Acquitted? What does he mean? He had my jacket with some blood on it, gave it to me. I was really shocked and afraid, so I put it on like he asked and took off.
The house and saw Hans on the floor.
Acquired.
In his blood. He then went back outside where he alleged that Aaron threatened.
Pull up Jinxie's stream real quick. Bro, him trying to say that his roommate did it with like literally no reasoning behind it is fucking nuts.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, the one that
Remember,
with the average elixir of 4.3, that seems kind of high, isn't it?
Yeah, and
yeah, but it's fine.
He's playing Jinxie's playing Mr. Beast in Clash Royale.
Threatened him and gave him a jacket with some blood on it. After being supposedly traumatized by the events, Douglas claimed to have agreed to take the blame and made a false confession later. When Detective Schwicht interviewed Aaron, he found him to be completely innocent, with no involvement in the crime whatsoever. Not long after his arrest, Douglas Taylor entered into the Idaho Security Medical Program, but on October 13, 2020, after almost 4 months in the program, doctors declared him fit to stand trial. Then on December 15, 2021, Douglas Taylor pled guilty to murder in the first degree and was sentenced to 27 years to life on February 14, 2022. Douglas is currently incarcerated at the Idaho State Penitentiary.
Hey, what's up, guys? 27 years. I always think about that. Like, if you get convicted when you're like 30 and you go to jail for like 30 years, like, you'll probably live to get out. But then what the fuck do you do? Like, you have no money, no job, no family, no connections, no friends. Like, I feel like at that point, you're either going to be like homeless or just you're too old to work. Like, what do you do? Daryl for the 3. Clogged my toilet. Fire for the sub. Theo for the 3. Been struggling with my grandmother dying. My exam's coming up. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Do you have any advice how to get through this? If you're struggling with your exams, I would say just study more incrementally. You know, try and be less stressed about it by being more prepared. With your grandma dying, just talk to your family and friends. Nothing you can really do outside of that, man. I'm sorry that you're dealing with that. James and Ease for the sub. Door, Elf, Ujiro, and Plugs for the sub. Left the 3. I'm chilling off the 1,000 milligram Eddie. Yeah, brother, you just went MIA for the last 3 hours. Are you sure you didn't time warp? You told me you ate that edible like 3 hours ago. Dexter for the 3. All right, next video. The hell of TikTok comments.
The worst things to ever be introduced onto this planet Earth since Ronald Reagan's TikTok comments are one of the worst things to ever be introduced onto this planet Earth since Ronald Reagan's presidency. It's absolutely horrible. Like, I swear, everywhere you go, all you see is terrible takes. And if you're not seeing terrible takes,
I don't think it's just terrible takes on TikTok. I just think TikTok comments in general are just like a shit pool of things that have nothing. I feel like TikTok comments are slowly becoming like Twitter replies. Have you ever clicked on like a video on Twitter and you're like, oh, I wonder what people think about this? And then it's just like meaningless slop that has nothing to do with it. That's honestly probably just promotions to other videos and shit. I feel like a majority of TikTok comments now are just like the same stale frame 9 images that people use to like reply. Maybe a few comments that have to do with it at the top. And then it's just like brain rot spam.
you're seeing the same comment that's been regurgitated like 1,000 different times on 20 different comments.
Yeah, sabao.
Sections. And the worst part is that it works every time. What is going on?
I will say I do like the image of the monkey going like this that people use. And then I read it in like a voice in my head when it'll be like, I wonder what I'm going to do with this. I love that image. That one's really fun.
Bitch ass up, little boy. Like, I don't even think it's ridiculous to say that the TikTok comment section is 1,000,000,000,000 times worse than the Instagram comment section. And I'm sure you guys have had your old load of those. Them shits are absolutely terrible. I'm not gonna bitch about the whole race.
I don't know. What comment section is the best? YouTube Shorts, no. I feel like Instagram Reels has fairly digestible. Oh, YouTube, yeah. I'm saying short form. Darlor, thank you for the fucking 50 gifteds, bro. Darlor_TV, thank you for the fucking 50 subs, man. Oh my God. Thank you if you got a sub. Thank you for the fucking 50 gifted, too. Thank you for the 3. Please, I need this. My mom's kind of homeless. The pick is fire. Azura, thank you for the 3. Bronze for the sub. Riley for the 3. If you could be any flavor, what would you be? I don't know. S-Pants, thank you for the sub. Dartlord, thank you for the fucking 50 gifteds, man. Thank you if you got a sub. 50 people just got a sub in chat. Thank you for the fucking 50 gifteds, man. Thank you for the fucking support to the channel as well. I appreciate the support, man. Thank you. All right. As I was saying, what social has the best comment section? YouTube, yeah. YouTube, yeah, but that's long-form media. Short-form media would be like Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Reels, YouTube Shorts. Facebook. Maybe. I'm just going to remove Facebook out of the fact that nobody uses that. I would say Instagram probably has the best. Then maybe still TikTok, even though it's shit. YouTube Shorts, Twitter is the worst. Maybe like, Reddit, but Reddit's more of a forum.
I'm in the comment section down below because I've already made an entire video about that. But if you know, you know. But yeah, the TikTok comment section is 1,000,000,000,000 times worse than the Instagram, YouTube, Pornhub, Twitch, whatever comment section there is out there.
I don't know about Twitch. Now you're adding Twitch into the mix? No, my Twitch comment section's better. Or chat in general. Twitch chat is the most variable on how bad it is. You banned 100 people today? Yeah, bro, but like, still. That's also because it's like 1,000,000 chats, you know? It's not just like one comment. It's like one person commenting 100 things.
And today, I'm about to explain why. Number 1, we got toxicity. Oh my God, I cannot wait to talk about this. The TikTok.
I will say, I think TikTok is fully out of its wholesome era. I think TikTok was in an era that was very like happy, wholesome, supportive, chill. That was like years ago, man. That was like the gold. We're in the dark ages. That was a half a decade ago, more like 2019. 2019, 2020 was like chill. And then it just went, shit. And then now we're here.
Comment section is so toxic to the point where it's worse than a landfill in Indonesia. Like, I swear, the radiation that comes from that thing is so bad to the point where it can genuinely give you brain cancer. And that's not an over-exaggeration. I swear. Now, when it comes...
TikTok comments are repetitive, same shit everywhere. Do you guys like the update with like the GIF/photo shit on TikTok? I think it's added some level of positivity in that like the comments could be slightly more interesting, but I think that it's also made all of the comment sections the same, if that makes sense. Like, it's removed the personability from creator to creator and their fan base and comment section because all of the comment sections are flooded with the same things.
When it comes to toxicity, there's no better way to explain this than through the black pill and looks maxing community. Oh my God. When this shit went viral and mainstream throughout this entire year, it completely destroyed any single sense of empathy in the TikTok comment section. It's completely gone. For an example, if you're an under-attractive male and you ask for advice on a TikTok, all you will see in the TikTok comment section is either people saying rope max or people saying it's over for you, brutal, just ascend to heaven. Like, what is wrong with some of y'all? Why are you telling people to...
Dude, I said it before, I'll say it again. There was one video I had that, or it wasn't even a video that I had. It was somebody that clipped me in a video talking about, like, attractiveness. And I was saying, basically, that I think the first thing that people notice about each other is how they look, right? But I was saying that's not the only thing that matters. But they kind of clipped that and then spliced it and was like, this is all that matters. And all the comments were like, Joe gets it, blah, blah, blah. And I discovered a community that, like, only cares about looks. And I didn't know it existed, but it's like a niche community of people that fully believe the only thing that matters is, like, if you're attractive or not. Not even just looks maxing. It's like, there's another term for it. and it was like fully, and then they started commenting on like how I look and then that's where like the Greek curls Joe Bart came in. They were like, he should change his hair. He has a good jaw structure, but he has this. And it's like, they were like pinpointing, yeah, that's blackpilling. And they were like pinpoint tweaking like small things they would change about me. And I was like, wow, bro, this is like crazy. This is like full obsession with physicality and materialism. Like there's no meaning to anything outside of like, are you good looking? And I hate that, right? The point that I was making was like, when you meet somebody, the first thing you're going to say is like, oh, I find them attractive. I find them unattractive. Like subconsciously, you're just going to do that, right? You're going to have like a natural reaction to the way somebody looks. That's how you're going to form your base opinion off of them initially. But there's so much more after that. But it was like, they just took that and was like, yeah, that's everything. Rival, thank you for the 5 gifts. Is all for the sub. Vampire for the 3. Vodvir, I wanted to tell you that I found your content during a log of progressive episode. You are helping me laugh. Seeking care, trying to get better. I'm on new meds, but your humor and funny. We're the same age Gen Z references. Always make me giggle. You're solid. Hope you continue to have success. Also, Brooke is so pretty. Thank you, and I hope you're all right. Buck for the sub. Chunky for the sub.
And the worst part.
Next Water Park Sim Day. React Days today. Tomorrow, going to be live at 1 EST. Unbans into Water Park Sim, into Polybridge 3, into random shit, into Silk Song. Sunday, live at 3. We're going to be doing a 988 partnered stream talking about mental health awareness as well as promoting the suicide hotline for Suicide Prevention Awareness Month / the crisis line they have as well. I'll be doing a donation myself since it's an awareness stream, not a charity stream, so I'll be showing that Sunday. That'll be 3 to 8. It'll be like 3.5 hours of reacts and then maybe 4 hours of reacts, hour of like Marvel Rivals support gameplay because we're going to do a support challenge. Then I'm gone the 8th to the 14th. I'll be posting on YouTube every day that I'm gone. When I'm back, I will be doing a Dorito review, Lego building stream, Mystery Snack Box, Dying Light, Trolley U, bunch of other games dropping, bunch of shit that we're going to be doing. It's going to be fun. I'll be back the 15th, which is next Monday. Not this upcoming Monday, the Monday after that. I'm also going to be posting September 10th for Suicide Prevention Awareness Day, but I won't be streaming because obviously I won't be live. Buck and Skull for the sub. Lock in.
Is that it doesn't stop there. It just gets worse. They go above and beyond and they say, hey buddy, if you don't stop right now, we're gonna put you in a black pill edit. You don't want that. You don't want that. And if you don't know what a black pill edit is, it's basically the equivalent of taking an average, looking person and then putting a model right after and then putting brutal or mogged right on their eyes. It's a form of cyberbullying. We all know how this works now on the internet, but it's gotten worse and it's turned the comment section into an app.
Yeah, but you never really got to give a fuck because the people that are making those edits are generally subpar comparable to the person they're making fun of. Like, if you're going to sit down and make a Mog Black Pill edit making fun of somebody that you deem ugly, you yourself have to reevaluate your own character looks and attractiveness yourself if you give a fuck enough to spend an hour making a fucking cap cut edit making fun of the way somebody looks.
Absolute laugh. God, it looks fucking disgusting. Gooners, or just thirsty people in general. People who have absolutely no social life outside any sort of thing. They have no hobbies, and they decide to go on TikTok and thirst over women that they don't know in real life. And it's not just one gender doing it, it's both. They're both pretty fucking bad. Like, if you go to an attractive dude's comment section, all you will see is, if me. Like, bro, this is somebody's daughter. This is somebody's future wife we're talking about here.
I have not seen this. Have you guys seen this? Just straight up like gooners in comment sections.
This is your future wife. Yes, the person watching this video, that's your future wife. And it's absolutely pathetic.
Does it depress you, Commissioner, to know just how alone you really are?
But you know what?
Yo, Hot Bacon, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the 3. What happens if somebody gives more subs than there are in a stream? Then it would just go to random people. Skull for the sub.
I'll give y'all some props.
I'm not doing Quick Turk right now. Refund that.
I'll give y'all some props. Sometimes it does work. Like, look at this man.
Open your eyes and look.
Look at this man. He said, you the real art. And it completely shocked everyone on TikTok. He actually made it.
Well, I think that's a more respectful, like, pickup line than just being like, God damn, in a comment section.
He even got the
especially if it's referencing the actual video itself.
Who made an entire video about it being like, it's your turn now. And he completely airballed.
chosen one. Reneth! Do something! Reneth!
Now, but going back to FreakyLeaks for a second, there are certain weirdos on that app that are way too comfortable with the shit that they be saying. Like the amount of grown-ass men that I've seen glorify.
Bro, I always wonder if those are bots. That's what I say I will see. Where you ever see a video of like once in a blue moon, you ever get like a 500 like video on your For You page, and it'll be of like some old man or old woman. And if it's an old woman, you go in the comments, and like all the replies are like 45 to like 60-year-old men, where the profile picture is literally just them like this. And they'll be like, slap me silly, you're gorgeous. And I'll be like, you're not real. Like that's not an actual person. Like your profile picture is you melt maxing. Like taking the picture at the least flattering angle possible.
By a teenage girl who's,
and they'll say the most bot-ass comment.
Not even above the age of 18 is absolutely disgusting. Like I remember when I was scrolling through TikTok and then I went into this cosplayer's comment section from 2 years ago before they were an adult, and all I saw were a bunch of people saying, oh, make an OF, and she was literally 17. By the time she turned 18, she made an OF immediately and then started showing off her body.
Didn't like Bad Baby make like $10 million or some shit like the first day she dropped an OF? What the fuck? Comment 6-7 if you've made it this far. You're kidding me.
This is the
Lil Tay made a mill first day. Bro.
Type of shit that I'm talking about, man. The TikTok comment section is evil. And these be the same people who be subscribing to Lil Tay's only. Like Lil Tay, the youngest flex from the century? Like what's wrong with some of y'all?
Bro, when was Lil Tay? Was Lil Tay popping off when it was like 6ix9ine era? Like, I feel like it was, yeah, like Gummo, Hype Beast, like Rice Gum. Yeah, it was like 2016.
Next, I have my mentality. These are basically the types of people who deride any sort of new opinion that comes out instead of just thinking of their own opinion themselves. Like these people are so brain dead that they will let the TikTok comment section dictate any.
I don't know. I don't think that's a hive mind mentality. I think you notice that everybody's usually in agreement on specific TikTok comment sections because that's the specific opinion that's getting pushed to them. Does that make sense? Like, that's why I think TikTok is part of the problem in social instability and separation, because it's good that you're able to foster and find a community of people that are like-minded, but it fully diminishes and removes. There's headset dent. Gotta through headset dent. Gotta show headset dent. I'm making a point. Oh, gotta show headset dent. Oh, sorry. I'm mid-sentence. Gotta show headset dent. Anyways, fuck. As I was saying, when you're fucking doing a goddamn scroll session on TikTok, you're always going to see videos that you fuck with because the TikTok formula puts out things that you'll fuck with. You don't like videos that disagree with you. You like videos that agree with you. So you're always going to get pushed opinions that are usually in accordance to what you believe. Therefore, the comment sections are going to be similar. Sometimes it's the opposite, and then you get, like, rage baited, and then you'll fucking see people arguing in the comment section. But, like, the majority of the time, it'll be people that are usually agreeing with you, which I think is an issue in that most people end up not seeing the other side's opinion ever because they only get pushed shit that they want to consume.
Sort of opinion that they have, regardless on what it is. It could be the worst take known to man. A can go out and say, yeah, King Batch, he wasn't that funny. And they'll be like, yeah, I agree with that. He was never.
King Batch wasn't funny. I don't like that example. King Batch was not funny. All right, no more channel point redemptions. He wasn't. No, he was not funny. The one funny video of King Batch was when he had spaghetti in his pocket and he started crying and he was like, but that backflip dough, only a spoonful, Not funny.
That funny. Actually, he was pretty corny. And then next week when that same
he was corny, bro. All the movies King Batch was in, like, now I think he's gotten better as an actor. But like early Vine King Batch transitioning into acting was like unbearable. But like that was his starting era. Similarly, like, okay, this is what I'll say. It was funny for its time. Like 2014 King Batch, Only a Spoonful, yeah, was peak comedy. I thought it was funny when I was 12. Looking back at it, it's not funny. In the same sense, my TikTok videos that did well in 2020 were funny to people then. When I look back at them, I want to fucking scoop my eyeballs out with a fucking spoon. Only a spoonful.
Completely changes. They'll just switch up and be like, actually, yeah, I hate the people who are saying that he's corny. No, I think he was pretty funny. Like, these people have no thoughts in their brain. There's not a single thought behind those eyes.
Your old videos make me want to cry. Yeah, I know. They're not funny. I think anything I think 2022 and prior is just slop.
Next, we got bots. Bots are so annoying, but they're especially annoying on TikTok, especially
2020 Bart was your peak. I hate that you said that. I hate that you said that. When people are like, yo, dude, you were peak in 2020, I'm like, oh my God, that makes me so upset. That makes me so upset that, like, the funniest you think I've ever been was when I was in high school going, why is there fucking ramen in a watermelon? Why would you pronounce crayon like that? Why would you pronounce crayon like that? It's crayon, not crown. Like fucking low IQ ass fucking comments.
TikTok comment sections. And why are they the most annoying? Well, it's because they come in different variants. Either they're trying to sell their weird corn advertisements that I've...
Bro, when I watch a fucking TikTok, okay, side rant, not about comments. When I watch videos and I get some motherfucker promoting, like today, I saw on while I was at the gym, some motherfucker comes up on my For You page. Look at these crochet sunflowers. The business is going out of sale and they're selling them for pennies. They're not selling them for pennies. They're selling them for fucking 33% off. I looked out of curiosity, not because I want to fucking buy one of those dumbass crochet flowers, you fuck. I'm not going to buy one of those shit-ass sunflowers that you fucking crocheted. It's a goddamn shop that is fucking manufacturing shit, likely from China, that they're pumping out and fucking maybe drop shipping for very cheap on TikTok Shop. They're not going out of business. That's a lie. The company's not even saying that. The influencer's just trying to get you to fucking buy them so they make a $1 commission on each fucking sale. Because then if they sell 1,000, they make a fucking easy rack.
Kind of made a video about already.
I hate TikTok Shop ads on my For You page. I hate it. It's like instead of now having one ad every other video, you have like normal video, TikTok Shop placement, ad, regular video. And they'll make it seem like regular content. And you could tell the TikTok For You page is pushing TikTok Shop shit more than regular ads because those videos fucking suck. But it'll be like, dude, there was a whole era where it was Grandpa's Weeder. And that was like the only thing that got promoted to me. I'm envisioning it in my mind. It's this fucking stick and it's green. It's like, Grandpa's Weeder makes it so much easier. It's an invention made in the 1920s. I don't fucking care about if I see weeds in the goddamn grass. It'll be the same stupid ad. There was a whole era where it was a chamoy pickle. And it looks disgusting. And then finally people bought them and they made videos about how shitty chamoy pickles were. And they're like, I tried this blue chamoy pickle and it's disgusting.
Or they'll just take the top comment and then repost.
You like weed, stoner boy? Yeah, there was an era where a fake doctor, it was literally it was a fucking dude wearing scrubs. Sitting in an office building going, you need this lung detox. This has fucking ramadababa in it. And I'm sitting there and I almost fucking fell for it. And I look at it, I'm like, oh, lung detox. I start Googling it. Oh, lung detoxes are bullshit. Your lungs detox themselves. You just need water. You got to stop fucking smoking. That's what's going to detox your fucking lungs. If you don't fucking smoke cigarettes. If you don't fucking smoke joints. Oh, it's mullen leaf. Mullen leaf. I hawked a loogie and all this black phlegm came out of my... You should go to a hospital. If you have black phlegm coming out of your gullet. If you're fucking hawk-toing black phlegm out of your lungs, that's a concern. And I'm looking into it, and I click this guy's fucking page, and all he does is promote fucking these health things, and he sits wears scrubs, and in his bio he says, I'm not a doctor.
Did 1,000 different times. Yeah, that internet theory is certainly real. I don't care who hates on me for saying that. But it's real.
And then all in the comments, it's just millennials, dude. And I'm not trying, it's all in the comments of those videos, it's just millennials, and I see by their profile picture, because you tell how they pose for a profile picture, it's always the head tilt. $32. Still feel like I'm 24. And it'll be like, Mullen Leaf is a savior for me. It'll be a paragraph where you have to hit more, and they'll be ranting about how Mullen Leaf is the fucking best thing ever.
That shit on phone. Now, the next reason why the TikTok comment section is an absolute piece of dog shit, a landfill, everything that I mentioned here, is TikTok photos.
Like fire,
Ever since TikTok photos got introduced, it's just been downhill from here. And it's genuinely affecting every single portion of the internet. Like, memes die faster than ever, man. It's awful. But that's not the main reason why.
Yeah, it does kind of fast track memes. That's a downside. It makes memes have a shorter lifespan because they're over. It's like listening to a song on the radio.
Making this like the main center of
One to Macaroon. Yeah, the fucking image, one to Macaroon, and it's a fucking image of a dude's dick. Like a fucking, one to Macaroon, and it's a fucking vagina. Yeah, I've seen that image.
This video. The reason why photo comments are such a terrible thing is the lack of moderation. Listen, I knew TikTok's moderation.
Was that you? Was what me?
Photo comments are such a terrible thing is the lack of moderation. Listen, I knew TikTok's moderation was bad whenever I realized that searching up normal words came up with NSFW results, but this is just a whole new low. There is no moderation that's being placed here. Like, the amount of times I've been flashed by Miku Corn is such an unworthy amount to the point where I'm genuinely getting Vietnam flashbacks by thinking about it.
I'm not going further back. We're already too far in.
Destroying my brain. I can't take this shit anymore, man. And it's not just Miku, it's other images too. Literally any form of hate. They're spamming that shit. Like, what is wrong with
I feel like I don't see that much.
It's like, tell me why. Why can't I scroll through the TikTok comment section without seeing a gigantic schlong that's the size of Godzilla? Why? Like, do you guys have no sympathy for the kids who use this app? And the worst part is that it be spammed on the most random videos ever. It can literally be an image of like the ABCs, and all of a sudden, oh, well, there's Miku with meat in her mouth. Like, what are we doing here? Like, I hate the Online Safety Act bill that's being distributed to the US and the UK and all of that. But it's shit like this that kind of makes me come back and think maybe I shouldn't be surprised. Like, oh man, editing this video. Editing this video is not gonna be easy.
That was an interesting video. Being black online. I like that vid. Oh, only have 41K views. Whoever recommended this fucking dub, dude. That was a good video. Ferg, thank you for the sub. That and Fed for the sub. Bobat, thank you for the sub. Story for the sub. Beef, thank you for the 3. Really Fat Junior in high school. I started lifting about 2 weeks ago. How long did it take you to start noticing a strength increase? Strength increase, I don't know. It depends what type of lifting regimen you're on. Probably a few weeks, maybe. Negative, thank you for the 3. I would say it would also be a very good idea to have both videos on TikTok. Turns in a really hateful place. At least on my For You page, any disagreement is an instant argument. I agree. There's no room for discourse anymore. Burton EM for the sub, KN for the sub, Allergic for the sub, Ferg, thank you for the 3. Or for the sub. Not even if it's just politics, just in general. All right, I gotta piss real quick, then we got another video. Count me down! Hold up. Oh my god. Chat, I'm hungry. What am I ordering? We got one more video. Tall, thank you for the 5. Was forced to steal an ATM to don't eat these bits. You stole an ATM? How'd you get into it? Grubhub? Brother. Carl's Jr. Chat, what's like the best fast food place in your opinion? Has to have a drive-thru. At least some locations. Requirement. I'm probably going like Chipotle. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe like Chick-fil-A. Oh, no. Dave's Hot Chicken. Never mind. Dave's Hot Chicken. I rarely get it, though. But Dave's Hot Chicken. So fucking good. Oh. It's not even, like, it doesn't even compare. Hold up. Turn on a song. Give me 1 second. Such a good fucking song. All right, lock in. Kitty for the subtall, thank you for the 5. If civilization collapsed, could you rebuild it? Let's get it fucking going, chat. Lock in.
Imagine waking up in a world where modern civilization has collapsed. No electricity, no supermarkets, no internet. In such a scenario, how would we rebuild? Lewis Dartnell's The Knowledge.
No civilization whatsoever, no electricity, no Wi-Fi. How would you rebuild? I feel like we'd be stuck in the Stone Ages for like a very, or not the Stone Ages, but like that in-between stage. It would be like we're back into the fucking 1600s, dude. If you wouldn't be, because the average person's not going to be able to figure out how to fucking make electricity or do any of that. And you wouldn't even have enough people to be able to foster that level of, I could fix it. No, you couldn't. You would be able to survive, but you wouldn't be able to fix society. I think the coolest idea for an apocalypse, have you guys ever heard of the show Last Man on Earth? I didn't watch the whole show, but the concept is really cool. It ends up being weird where there's like a bunch of people actually, and it's not just one guy. The premise of the show is that like he wakes up and he's just like the only guy left. Like, what would you do if you woke up tomorrow and everyone was gone? Not dead, like disappeared. Like that one SpongeBob episode where the town left and nobody told him. Like no one like you were just the only person left. There's other animals, but you're the only human. Like your dog's still there, but all the people are gone. I would go to a dispensary. You know what I would do? Well, I mean, yeah, you'd probably cry, be confused. Honestly, I think for the first week is what he does in the show too. For the first week, you're probably going to go like look, at least how I remember it. I watched it so long ago, so I might be dead wrong. But the first week, you're probably going to like drive around, you know, look for people, be like, where the fuck is everyone? Because you would be shocked, like especially if like you were using your phone. Because for a brief moment, everything would still work.
Offers a roadmap to reconstructing society from the ground up. So let's dive into the 7 essential steps to reboot civilization. And if this kind of
Demonics, thank you for the 5 subs. Jet and 7 for the sub. Alex, thank you for the 5. Baja Blast $3. Walmart just 12 packs of it. Kitty for the sub. Tall, thank you for the 5.
idea sounds familiar, it might be because I made a video about how useless most of us would be if we were dropped into the distant past.
We watched that. That video was fire.
About a month ago. I thought this one is a sequel of sorts. Also, I want to clarify right now that what I mean is essentially think of a global catastrophe, essentially post-apocalyptic.
So any sort of apocalypse where it's happened post-apocalyptic, society, it's settled down, but you have to rebuild slowly. What would be the easiest apocalypse to survive? Fuck, man. Probably like I don't know if this would be an apocalypse, but like a sun flare just knocking out all electricity everywhere. The Walking Dead. The Walking Dead, I think, would be fairly easy to survive. I don't like how they die so easily. I think the biggest concern, and they show it in the show, the biggest concern in The Walking Dead isn't the zombies. It's other people, because now there's no government, and so people can do whatever they want, and people are evil. But like, I think there would be some level of civilization. You know what I mean? Like, I have some hope for humans that like the majority of people would probably be somewhat reasonable and not savages. But there would be war and killing people and shit like that. But I think the zombie apocalypse in general, like, it's no Walking Dead zombies, not scary at all, bro. Oh my god. They walk 2 miles an hour and go, like, it's not like World War Z where they're sprinting at you. Literally just fucking walk away from them at a moderate pace, and you can't be cornered. Alexa, thank you for the 3. No matter what the rating, the dispensary, I don't know why you lost the game. Isaiah and Bevo for the sub. Hold up. All right.
Apocalyptic in a sense. That is the type of world from which we're going to try and rebuild society from. So the immediate first step would be to prioritize shelter, warmth, and water. In the immediate aftermath of a catastrophe, securing shelter is key. Exposure.
Where y'all going? Where y'all going? Depends on the type of apocalypse. If it's a zombie apocalypse, I kind of want to try and immediately go to some sort of island of sorts. Or even, what's it called where it's not an island necessarily, but it's like attached by bridges? A peninsula? No. It's like an island, but there's bridges to it. Is that a peninsula? Go there. You know, where the only way to get in or out outside of water is by a bridge. Just block that off, you know? Yeah, archipelago. I don't fucking know. Whatever it's called. Like an area that's like near the mainland, but not really like an island where it's just only accessible by boat. Somewhere like that. I think a lot of people are like, oh, I'd post up at a school or a prison or a Walmart. I feel like those are going to be overcrowded. You would want to pick somewhere that's like more niche.
Exposure to the elements can be as deadly as any other threat. You want to seek out existing structures that can be repurposed, but always assess their stability. And if none are available, constructing a basic shelter using natural materials like wood, leaves, and mud can provide the necessary protection that you would need to survive in this environment.
I mean, yeah, if there's like a nuclear bomb that drops, you're a bum-ass motherfucker, though, if you're going to go live in the woods when the apocalypse happens, if there's still structural homes intact. Like, what are you doing? Like, a sun flare hits and the world just collapses, and you're like, well, I got to go live in the woods now and make a mud hut.
Warmth is critical.
Like, what?
Especially in colder climates. So learn to
Yeah, if there's a nuke, I'm dead. But they're saying it's somehow you survive.
build efficient fires using available resources. Understanding installation techniques such as using layers of clothing or creating wind.
My mentality for the fire is I'm either finding flint and steel or a lighter, and when that's out, like say I run out of that, if the fire runs out, I die. That's how I'm perceiving it. Like I'm churning that fire forever. Like how the natives, the indigenous people in oh my god, I always forget the name of them. They killed the Bible preacher. We don't know their language. They lived on the same island under Sri Lanka forever, North Sentinel Island. Just like the North Sentinelese, the lightning will strike fire, and then they'll just tend that fire. That's what I would do. I would just be like, once fire strikes or happens, I will just never let it go out.
Breaks can really help retain body heat. And of course, water is crucial for survival, so natural sources like...
Bobot, why do we keep saying let's get a ban on Sub? I don't know who Sub is. Caddy for the sub, Beast, Max for the sub.
Rivers and lakes might be contaminated, so boiling water is the reliable method to killing pathogens. Additionally, constructing simple filtration systems using sand, charcoal, and gravel would help.
Yeah, obviously. Just a simple filtration system.
Purify the water. Step 2 is to scavenge wisely and initiate farming. Initially, scavenging available resources like canned goods, tools, and seeds would be able to sustain you.
Sardines.
That's a temporary solution. Transitioning to agriculture ensures long-term food security. Understanding soil types, crop rotation, and irrigation techniques will be fundamental in establishing a reliable food source.
Bro, I'm just going to go back to salting foods. That's what I would resort to. Some level of fucking farming, and then I would just kill a lot of animals and salt them, and then bury them underground.
Start by identifying fast-growing,
barrels.
Yield crops suitable for your environment. Think beans, potatoes, and leafy greens as good options. Save seeds
Where are you going to get the salt? Morton's factory.
from each harvest.
I'm going to go on a map. I'm going to look up where Morton's salt comes from. And then I'm going to go to the Morton's salt factory and I'm going to take it all.
To ensure future plans.
Honestly, no. I'm just going to pull up to a Walmart, bro. I'm going to pull up to a grocery store. And I really don't think that the average person that would loot a grocery store would think about taking the tubs of salt. I would just gather salt. A lot of salt. So much salt. Yeah? Really? Yeah, because you're not going to be able to... If you don't have electricity, you're not going to be able to freeze goods if it's not the winter. Like, if you live in a northern area where it's freezing all the time, that's different. But salt's so useful. You need salt to survive, and it just preserves goods.
Planting and composting organic waste can enrich the soil, promoting better crop growth. Step 3 is to commit to intensive farming practices. Farming is labor-intensive and requires dedication. Selecting appropriate crops for the climate, managing pests, and ensuring soil fertility are continuous tasks. Like I said before, implementing composting and natural fertilizers can enhance the
Yeah, I'll start pooping on my own tomatoes. Yep. I already got that down. That's already in the fucking knowledge bin. I know how manure works.
yield, and over time, mastering these practices will be able to lead to
Getting a lot of, what are those? Zucchini? Those are cucumbers.
a surplus in production, allowing for trade and community growth. I think it's also important to consider diversifying.
Or I just become like a looter of sorts. And I don't rebuild. Well, he's saying you have to rebuild society. In my mind, I could just be like, let me just scavenge. In all honesty, I'm not rebuilding society. Okay? So let's just get that out of the way. If I, for some reason, need to rebuild society, yeah, this is what I might do. If the fucking apocalypse starts and shit hits the fan, I'm just going to ride it out as long as possible. You know what I mean? Like, you're just going to be looting for shit, and at some point, it's like, I haven't found food in 3 weeks. I'm going to die.
Your crops to prevent soil depletion and reduce the risk of total crop failure. You want to incorporate livestock if possible, since animals can provide meat, milk, and labor. A successful farm requires constant attention and adaptation to changing conditions.
Get rabbits, because they just fuck. I would, right before the apocalypse hits, I would take a fucking plane to Australia, and I would let them run loose. I would let them fucking re-inhabit without the viruses that they spread to fix their population. I would let the rabbits just ravage the land. And then there would be too many fucking rabbits. And then I would just eat all the rabbits.
Step 4 is to develop reliable heat energy sources.
How would you know it's finna hit? A feeling. I would get a palm reading.
Beyond basic warmth, heat energy is essential for cooking, sterilization, and industrial processes. Constructing efficient stoves and kilns can aid these tasks. Exploring renewable energy sources like solar or wind can provide sustainable power solutions.
I'll just ask Jay Schlatt, because he has pretty solid predictions. He predicted when the queen would die and shit. I would just be like, yeah, when do you think the world's gonna end? And then I would just move right there with a fucking cage of rabbits with me.
Understanding and harnessing these energies will be pivotal in advancing technological capabilities. Wood gas.
Nah, real talk, just make your way to Iceland. You'll be chilling, bro. Oh my god. Oh my god. They're like, their country can just like function on their own. I know I glaze the shit out of them all the time, dude. They just constantly have geothermal energy. They have an endless amount of geothermal energy. They function on their own. They have a really high wealth per capita. They would probably be largely unaffected by any sort of apocalypse outside of like nuclear warfare. And it's really cold environment, but they have greenhouses. They already have everything in place. They basically already live in an apocalypse. They've made uninhabitable land inhabitable and successful.
Vacation is a method where wood is converted into combustible gas, which can power engines. During World War II, over 1 million vehicles in Europe
Just moved to Iceland. I'm thinking about it, Sketty. Fuck you.
ran on
That would be bad for stream hours. Realistically, I should move west.
wood gas.
Living in Hawaii would be fire for streaming. I could just stream at like 10 a.m. Not have to go live at like 5 p.m. I don't understand how Queso and those streamers go live at like 11 at night. Oh.
Due to fuel shortages. Learning such techniques can be invaluable in a post-apocalyptic world.
Stay in EST. Brother, I would still stream EST. I'm not moving to Iceland.
Step 5 is to maintain rigorous hygiene standards. Preventing disease outbreaks hinges on cleanliness. Regular hand washing, waste disposal, and clean living environments are non-negotiable. Producing soap from animal fats and ash is a simple yet effective method, and educating the community on hygiene practices.
Bro, I'm just gonna be stench maxing in a goddamn apocalypse. I'm not making fucking soap bars out of fucking cow fat.
Will safeguard health.
I'm just gonna fucking go dunk my body into a pond every now and again.
And ensure social stability. You want to construct latrines away from water sources to prevent contamination. Boil or filter drinking water to eliminate pathogens, like I mentioned earlier. And you want to also encourage practices like regular bathing and cleaning of living spaces to reduce the spread of illness. And maybe also because nobody wants to live in a musty world. Step 6 is to provide effective medical care with basic technology. While advanced medical equipment may be unavailable, basic healthcare is achievable.
I would bring back bloodletting. I would revert back. I would revert back to like the 4 liquids that they believed your body. I'd be like, oh, you have too much phlegm. You have too much phlegm. I think I'm gonna need to drill a hole in your skull. Yeah. Ooh, you don't feel so good? Okay. I'm gonna take a railroad spike and I'm just gonna hit you in the head with it and see if that fixes it.
Herbal remedies, wound care, and sanitation
We're gonna bring back lobotomies. No.
can address common ailments. Training individuals in first aid and establishing protocols for emergencies will be life-saving. Over time, rebuilding medical knowledge and infrastructure will enhance community resilience. Ideally, you would create a...
How are they going to know how to give CPR without the Staying Alive song, though, to tell them how the pacing is? New generations wouldn't have access to music on, like, an MP3 player. So they're not going to know the beat of, staying alive, staying alive. It would be word of mouth, and then the rate would get fucked up.
Stockpile of medicinal plants known for their healing properties. Learn to identify and prepare.
Sing to them? I don't know the whole song, though. They need to get the whole they need to understand the whole premise of the song to understand the beat.
Prepare these remedies safely. Establish a clean area for treating injuries and isolate those who are ill to prevent the spread of illness. You know, quarantining. And step number 7 is to reconstruct timekeeping methods. Timekeeping is crucial for agriculture, coordination,
I'm going back to the sundial,
and societal organization. Observing celestial patterns can aid in developing calendars. Constructing sundials or water clocks can provide...
I'm already ready. I'm already ready. Need no damn water clock. I'm getting a fucking sundial.
Daily time measurement. Reestablishing a sense of time will bring structure and predictability to daily life. Understanding the seasons helps...
Bro's gonna bring back asking the sun for blessings. I'm gonna start sacrificing people so the sun rises.
In planning agricultural activities, regular timekeeping allows for scheduling tasks, meetings, and rituals, and it also fosters a sense of normalcy and order within the community. Now, if I could add one step to this, that step would be to add communication technologies. So while Dardanelle's 7 steps provide a solid foundation for rebuilding civilization, reestablishing communication is...
Brother, I'm not going to read The Knowledge by Lewis Dartnell. I'm freeballing the fucking apocalypse collapse. You know, like, how to rebuild civilization in the aftermath of a cataclysm. I'm not reading that.
Civilization.
What's that one dude? That's like brain rot spam, going back to the other video on TikTok. I always see, like on a random video, the top comment will be like, I read How Money Talks by blank and blank, and it changed my life. I love that comment. It'll be like, have you read this book, Money Talks book? What is the name of that? What is the name of that? Dude, it's some book. And I love reading that comment. I'm like, this is so fucking funny.
Reestablishing communication is equally vital in my opinion. Effective communication enables coordination, information sharing, and the reformation of social structures. Assuming there's an absence of a lot of modern infrastructure, simple communication methods can be invaluable. For instance, Morse
I would give the next generation a book of fictitious books and tell them that's our historical knowledge. If the apocalypse happened, I would get rid of all of history and I would just hand them like one book and be like, this is what the world was like. What book would it be? Star Wars? No, I'm not giving them Star Wars. Hunger Games? No, that would be too real. That'd be too believable. That wouldn't be that would be too close to modern day. Game of Thrones, Harry Potter, the Wizarding World of Harry Potter. What I would say, Voldemort 1. I would give them Harry Potter, but rip out specific pages and mend the story in a way that it looks like everybody just died in the end. Maze Runner, Diary of a Wimpy Kid. No, The Cheese Touch got everybody dead. AOT. Oh my god, no, that would be fucked up. AOT. I make them read the AOT manga and tell them that there's fucking titans that roam the earth and we're living very far away from them and at some point they may attack at any moment.
code, which represents letters and numbers through combinations of dots and dashes, can be used to transmit messages over long distances using basic equipment. Constructing a rudimentary telegraph system with scavenged materials allows for the sending and receiving of messages, facilitating coordination among the survivors. Additionally, building a crystal radio, a simple receiver that requires no external power source, can allow you to pick up AM broadcast signals. In a collapsed society, this could be critical for receiving weather alerts, survivor communications, or emergency messages. In fact, similar foxhole radios were built by soldiers during World War II using blue razor blades and graphite to create functioning receivers. Even with limited
I mean, bro, I'm dead banking on me just finding somebody smart enough to know this shit. Like, that's really how it would be. I'd be like, I'm going to find some whiz in the first 2 weeks of the apocalypse, and I'll just be attached at the hip to him and be like, you are the knowledge that we need. If you die, we all die.
tools, guides exist showing how to replicate these
Dr.
designs.
Stone type shit.
I guess
yeah, literally, if he dies, everybody's fucked.
they wouldn't be as accessible in that scenario, but it's the fact that they are even made that show the simplicity of this technology. Overall, reestablishing communication networks not only aids in immediate survival, but also lays the groundwork for rebuilding societal structures. By sharing knowledge, coordinated efforts, and fostering a sense of community, communication technology plays a pivotal role in the resurgence of civilization. It's literally what makes humans better than every other animal on this planet. Our ability to share knowledge through our language and be able to teach our kin, it is second to none, but I digress. But yeah, rebuilding civilization is a monumental task, but with knowledge, resourcefulness, and collaboration, it's achievable. Lewis Dartnell's The Knowledge serves as a guide, illuminating the path forward. By understanding and applying
I really got to read me up some Lewis Dartnell, How to Rebuild Civilization in the Aftermath of a Cataclysm. He's really selling this book on me.
Understanding and applying these principles, humanity can arise from the ashes and forge a new thriving society. For a deeper dive
with
into
Lewis Dartnell's What to Do in an Apocalypse Cataclysm, I am now fully confident that I'm prepared for an apocalypse.
this topic, I suggest exploring The Knowledge, How to Rebuild.
Yeah, I would also recommend learning how The Knowledge, How to Rebuild Our World After an Apocalypse Cataclysm by Lewis Dartnell.
Our World from Scratch by Lewis Dartnell. And if you
Yeah.
guys have any other suggestions to add on, please write them down in the comments below. I'm curious what you guys have to say about this. And yeah, please like, comment, and subscribe.
You know, I'm just kind of like wondering what your thoughts on like page 34 of Lewis Dartnell's What to Do During an Apocalypse Cataclysm. How to Survive During a Societal Collapse in an Apocalypse Cataclysm. What do you think about page 55, line 3? One more video? No, we're going to call that there, chat. That was a W fucking stream, though. Landon's for the sub, in for the sub lane. Thank you for the 5. One of my last words I want to say, what do you think about swimming? Is it a cool sport? Yeah, I think it's cool. Frost BBL for the sub, Drew for the sub. God for the sub. I really like track, and swimming's basically just the water version of that. High school swimmer. Been doing it a year. Been watching you since 8th. Been through a lot. Well, I hope you're all right, dude. Challenge County for the sub. Recipes and Max and Beast for the sub. Landis for the sub. All right. Chat, we're going to post the main in the gaming right when I end. So watch that. But outside of that, chat, W fucking stream. If you have any videos you haven't watched, games you like to play, video suggestion tab, game suggestion tab, and it's how I find most of the videos that I watch, the games that I play. I will be live tomorrow at 1 EST. We're going to be doing Unbans into Water Park Sim, Polybridge 3, Random Games of Chat's Choice potentially, and then Silk Song. Sunday, I'm going to be live at 3 doing a 988 partnered stream where we're going to be promoting their suicide hotline for Suicide Prevention Advocacy Month, as well as Day, which is coming up. And their crisis line, I'll be doing reacts for like 3.5, 4 hours, then a Marvel Rival Support Challenge. Then I'm gone the 8th to the 14th, post on the YouTube every day that I'm gone, and short form for the 10th for Suicide Prevention Awareness Day. When we're back, we're going to be doing a Lego building stream soon, Dorito review soon, fucking mystery snack boxes, Dying Light is coming out, Charlie You's coming out, Baby Steps is coming out. We got a lot of other horror games we got to play, so we got a lot planned. But yeah, it was an awesome stream. I hope you guys had fun watching. I had a fun time streaming. And, yeah, we'll continue Silk Song and some other random games and shit tomorrow. But, yeah, appreciate y'all. Caden Dingy for the sub. Moses, thank you for the 5. How long would you survive in The Walking Dead? No idea. Landon for the sub. Appreciate y'all. Hope y'all had fun. And let's fucking raid. Who do we want to raid? Chat? Who do we want to raid? Oh, my gosh. Everyone? I can't raid everyone. My editor's playing Gears of War. Some people say their favorite editor, your business dad, Aiden, is live. You might raid him. Slime? No. Caden for the sub, thank you for the sub. Appreciate y'all. Go watch the YouTube videos, and I will catch y'all later. We're going to raid in 5.